I can still feel the chill in my bones, even now years later. It's not the kind of cold you shake off with a hot shower. It's a lingering unease, a memory of a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight. Back then I was 26, full of that youthful blend of overconfidence and genuine curiosity that often gets you into trouble. I was working remotely as a freelance writer, which meant I could live just about anywhere with a decent internet connection. So I'd packed up my small apartment in the city and moved to a tiny cabin nestled on the edge of the Shawnee National Forest in southern Illinois. It wasn't some grand adventure. I just wanted quiet, a place where the only traffic jam was a family of deer crossing the road, and for a while it was everything I'd hoped for. My days fell into a comfortable rhythm, writing in the mornings, then exploring the sprawling forest trails in the afternoons. I prided myself on my knowledge of the local flora and fauna, my ability to navigate off-path, my respect for the wild. I thought I knew that forest like the back of my hand. I was wrong. This particular day, a Thursday in late October, was crisp and bright. The leaves were a riot of fiery reds and burnt oranges, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. It was perfect hiking weather, the kind that makes you feel alive. I decided to tackle a new section of the forest, one marked on an old, faded map I'd found in the cabin's drawer. It was labeled simply Old Quarry Trail, but a handwritten note next to it said, "Beware the Echo Well." A silly name, I thought, probably a local legend, but it piqued my interest. I'd gone alone, of course. That was my first mistake, one of many I'd come to regret. I told myself I was experienced, that I always stuck to marked trails, even if this one was barely visible. But deep down, I loved the thrill of solitude, the feeling of being utterly alone in nature. I packed a small backpack with water, a few energy bars, my phone, and a basic first aid kit. I even had a compass, though I rarely used it, preferring to trust my instincts. My dog, a scruffy terrier mix named Buster, usually came with me, but that morning he'd seemed unusually sluggish, refusing to leave his bed. I tried to coax him, but he just whined softly and looked at me with those sad, knowing eyes. "All right, old man," I'd told him, patting his head, "stay home and guard the fort." I should have paid more attention to his reluctance. Dogs, they say, know things. The trail itself was overgrown, faint in places, confirming my suspicion that not many people ventured this deep. That suited me fine. The further I walked, the more the sounds of civilization faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves under my boots, the chirping of unseen birds, and the distant caw of a crow. It was peaceful, exactly what I craved. I checked my watch. Around 2 p.m. I figured I had a few hours of daylight left before I needed to turn back. Then I saw it, not the well itself, not yet, but something different. The bird song, which had been constant, suddenly dipped. It wasn't a gradual fade, but more like a switch had been flipped. One moment the forest was alive with sound, the next there was a noticeable hush. It wasn't silent, not completely, but the volume had been turned down, as if I'd walked into an invisible soundproofing booth. I stopped, tilting my head, listening intently. The rustle of the leaves was still there, the creak of branches, but the high-pitched chorus of the forest, the background hum of life, had vanished. A shiver ran down my spine, though the air was mild. It was just a small thing, a subtle shift, but it was enough. Enough to make the hairs on my arms stand on end, enough to plant the first tiny seed of dread. I stood there for a long moment, my breath catching in my throat, listening to the unnerving quiet. And then through the trees I saw the dark, circular opening. The silence felt heavier now, pressing down on me, making my ears strain for a sound that wouldn't come. It was the kind of quiet that buzzes, a high-frequency tension that vibrates in your skull. My eyes, fixed on the circular opening, tried to make sense of the gloom. It wasn't just an absence of light, it was an active absorption, a void in the vibrant autumn palette. I took a hesitant step forward, then another, the rustle of leaves under my boots suddenly deafening in the profound stillness. The air grew noticeably colder as I approached, even though the afternoon sun was still high. It wasn't just a chill, it was a damp, earthy cold that seeped into my bones, carrying with it a faint, metallic tang. As I got closer, the trees around the opening seemed to form a natural, irregular perimeter, their branches gnarled and thick, almost protective. But instead of feeling safe, it felt like a trap, a silent, watchful embrace. The ground underfoot changed too, from soft forest floor to a scattering of loose, dark rocks and compacted dirt, devoid of the usual undergrowth. The circular opening, perhaps 10 feet across, was indeed a well, or what looked like the entrance to one. It was edged with rough, moss-covered stones, ancient and eroded, clearly man-made, but so thoroughly reclaimed by the forest that it appeared to have grown organically from the earth itself. The handwritten note on the map, "Beware the Echo Well," echoed in my mind. It was a local legend, a silly name, wasn't it? I peered over the edge, my heart thudding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The shaft plunged straight down into absolute darkness, so deep that my eyes couldn't discern any bottom, no hint of light reflecting back, no glimmer of water. It was an abyss, a perfect circle of nothingness. I dropped a small pebble, listening intently. There was no splash, no distant clatter, just the heavy, unyielding silence. It felt like the pebble had been swallowed, devoured by the void itself. A knot of pure dread tightened in my stomach. This wasn't just an old well, there was something profoundly wrong about it. The silence, the cold, the sheer, unimaginable depth, it all coalesced into an oppressive presence that prickled my skin. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run back to the familiar, comforting sounds of the forest. But that youthful blend of overconfidence and genuine curiosity, the very thing that had gotten me into this situation, held me rooted. I needed to understand. I needed to know why it was like this. I took out my phone, switching on the flashlight. The beam, usually so bright, seemed feeble against the vast darkness of the well. It penetrated only a few feet before being swallowed. I waved it around, hoping to catch a glint, a texture, anything, nothing, just an endless, light-devouring void. I glanced around, trying to shake off the growing unease. My gaze fell upon a small, weathered wooden sign, almost entirely consumed by moss and rot, leaning precariously against a thick oak tree near the well. With trembling fingers, I scraped away some of the moss. Faint, hand-carved letters emerged. "The Echo Well deepest in these parts. Legend says if you call into it, it answers not with your voice, but with the voice of what's lost." My blood ran cold, the voice of what's lost. It sounded like something out of a gothic horror story, a campfire tale meant to spook children. But standing there, bathed in the oppressive silence with the palpable presence of the well before me, it didn't feel like a story. It felt like a warning. Despite the fear, a morbid fascination pulled at me. "The voice of what's lost," I whispered, my own voice sounding thin and reedy in the vacuum of sound. What did that even mean? Lost objects, lost memories, lost souls. Against every fiber of my being, I leaned closer to the edge, my face hovering over the dark maw. My breath hitched. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper, immediately regretting it. The sound, instead of echoing, was simply absorbed. There was no reverberation, no bounce. It was as if my voice had been sucked down into the abyss, never to return. And then it happened, not an echo, not in the traditional sense. It wasn't my voice. It was a sound, faint and indistinct, that seemed to emanate not from the depths of the well, but from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a single, drawn-out sob, a child's sob. My entire body locked up. My heart hammered against my ribs with such force I thought it might burst. It was a sound of profound grief, utterly heart-wrenching, yet devoid of any specific origin. It just was. It seemed to materialize in the air around me, cold and ethereal, wrapping around me like a shroud. I stumbled back, tripping over a loose stone, scrambling away from the edge of the well. My eyes darted around, searching for a source, a hidden child, a trick of the wind, but there was nothing. Only the impassive trees, the brooding silence, and the gaping maw of the well, and the lingering echo of that impossible, spectral sob. This was no local legend. This was real. This was a place where something profoundly unnatural resided. My adventurous spirit had evaporated, replaced by raw, unadulterated terror. Buster's reluctance, the sudden hush, the warning on the map, it all clicked into place. I had walked straight into something I couldn't comprehend, something ancient and malevolent. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip my phone. I fumbled it into my pocket, my mind screaming to run, to escape this cursed place. I turned, intending to retrace my steps, to put as much distance between myself and the echo well as humanly possible. But as I spun around, my breath caught in my throat. Standing on the far side of the well, partially obscured by the thick trunk of an oak, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, shrouded in what looked like dark, ragged clothes that seemed to flow and ripple even in the still air. It was difficult to make out details. The figure was cloaked in shadows, as if the darkness of the well itself clung to it. But I could feel its gaze, a heavy, suffocating weight. It wasn't looking at the well, it was looking at me. Every muscle in my body seized. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't an animal, not a person. It was something else. Something that shouldn't be there. Something that radiated an aura of immense age and sorrow, and something else, a hunger that made my skin crawl. It stood perfectly still, a silent sentinel. The forest around us remained in its unnatural hush. The leaves on the ground, the very air, seemed to hold their breath. The only sound was the frantic pounding of my own heart, a drumbeat of pure panic. Time stretched, warping into an eternity. I don't know how long we stood there, locked in that terrifying tableau. Seconds, minutes, an hour, it felt like a lifetime. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just was, observing me with an intensity that felt like a physical probe, dissecting my fear, tasting my essence. Then slowly, agonizingly slowly, it began to shift. Not to walk, not to run, but to glide. Its feet, if it had any, didn't seem to touch the ground. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, a spectral drift that brought it closer to the well and thus closer to me. That broke the spell. The primal survival instinct kicked in, overriding the paralysis of fear. I didn't think, I just acted. I turned and ran. I ran as I had never run before, blindly crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face, the roots that snagged my feet. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder, propelled by the absolute conviction that if I stopped, if I even looked back, I would be lost. The silence of the forest, once merely unsettling, now felt like a predator's hunting ground, amplifying every frantic rustle I made. I didn't know which way I was going. My compass was forgotten, my sense of direction shattered by panic. All I knew was away. Away from the well, away from that terrifying figure, away from the unnatural silence. The fear was a cold, sharp blade twisting in my gut. What was that thing? Was it the source of the sob? Was it the voice of what's lost? Or was it something entirely different, something even more ancient and insidious, drawn by the well's eerie power? I ran until my chest was screaming for air, until my vision blurred with sweat and tears. I stumbled, fell, scraped my knees and hands on sharp stones, but I immediately scrambled back up, fueled by a terror that was absolute and unrelenting. I heard no pursuit, no sound behind me other than the desperate gasps of my own breath, but the chilling sensation of being watched never left me. It was a cold touch on the back of my neck, a phantom whisper in my ears. Finally, utterly spent, I collapsed against the rough bark of an oak tree, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. My legs felt like jelly, my throat raw. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image of that dark, spectral form, the profound darkness of the well, the chilling sob. When I finally opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was a change. The air was no longer thick with silence. Faintly, tentatively, I could hear it, the distant chirping of birds, the rustle of unseen critters in the undergrowth, the gentle hum of the living forest. It was muted, perhaps, but it was there. I had somehow run out of the zone of unnatural quiet. A wave of profound relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees again. I wasn't trapped in that soundless nightmare anymore. But the relief was quickly overshadowed by a new, more immediate fear. I was utterly, completely lost. The sun was lower in the sky now, filtering through the dense canopy in long, slanted beams. The vibrant autumn colors, which had filled me with such joy just hours ago, now seemed to mock me, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and flickered with every breath of wind. I had no idea where I was, no familiar landmark, no recognizable path. The forest, which I had once prided myself on knowing, had swallowed me whole. I tried to regain my composure. Panic wouldn't help. I fumbled for my backpack, pulling out my water bottle and taking long, desperate gulps. The cool water felt like a miracle on my parched throat. I then pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. I hadn't had signal for miles on the obscure trails, but I'd hoped I'd checked the battery. Half full, not great, but not empty. I could use the flashlight sparingly. The compass, I pulled it out, my hand still trembling. It spun wildly for a moment, then settled, pointing vaguely north. North was good. North meant getting back towards the main trails, towards civilization, towards the faint possibility of cell service. But which way was north from here? I had run in a blind panic. I could have looped, gone in circles, or worse, deeper into the untouched wilderness. I tried to remember the sun's position when I started, the general direction of the old quarry trail. It had been broadly west of my cabin, so to get back I needed to head east. I looked at the compass. East. I pointed myself in that general direction, forcing myself to take slow, deliberate steps. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves made me jump. My imagination, usually a tool for crafting stories, now tormented me with visions of that gaunt, dark figure, its silent, gliding pursuit. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see it emerge from the deepening shadows. As dusk began to truly settle, the forest transformed. The vibrant colors faded into muted purples and grays. The familiar sounds of the daytime forest were replaced by the nocturnal symphony, the hoot of an owl, the distant cry of a coyote, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. These sounds, normally comforting in their wildness, now sounded menacing, each one a potential threat. The air grew colder, and a shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. I realized I was still wearing only a light jacket. I hadn't prepared for a night in the woods. My small backpack offered little in the way of survival gear. I knew I couldn't keep walking in the dark. The risk of injury was too high, and the fear of stumbling upon something else, something even worse than what I'd already encountered, gnawed at me. I needed to find shelter, a place where I could feel somewhat safe, even if it was just an illusion. My eyes scanned the darkening landscape, a small overhang, a cluster of thick pines, anything. My gaze fell upon a cluster of large, smooth boulders forming a natural alcove. It wasn't perfect, but it offered some protection from the elements and a place to rest my weary body. I made my way towards it, moving cautiously. As I neared, I saw something that made me freeze. Scratched into the side of one of the boulders, almost obscured by time and weather, were crude markings. They weren't letters, not exactly, but symbols. Circles, interlocking lines, triangles. And within one of the circles, unmistakably, was a shape that looked eerily like the dark, circular opening of the echo well. My breath hitched, my heart started its frantic drumming again. These weren't random graffiti. They looked ancient, ritualistic. And the well symbol, had someone else been here, had someone else encountered it, and were these markings a warning, a ward, or something else entirely? I ran my fingers over the rough stone, tracing the symbols. They felt cold and unforgiving. A wave of exhaustion, both physical and emotional, washed over me. I was lost, terrified, and now haunted by these unsettling symbols. I needed to rest, but the idea of closing my eyes, of surrendering to the vulnerability of sleep in this place, was almost as frightening as staying awake. Nevertheless, I decided to take shelter in the alcove. I sat down, my back pressed against the cold stone, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. I took out my phone again, switching on the flashlight for a moment, just to scan the immediate area, trying to reassure myself there was nothing lurking in the shadows. The beam cut through the deepening gloom, revealing nothing but trees, rocks, and the persistent, unsettling symbols. I turned the flashlight off, plunging myself into absolute darkness, illuminated only by the faint sliver of moonlight filtering through the canopy. The night sounds of the forest pressed in on me, amplified by my fear. Every rustle was a footstep, every hoot an eerie call. I tried to think logically. I had water, a few energy bars. I could last the night. In the morning, with daylight, I could try to find my way back. I had to focus on that, survival. But my mind kept returning to the well, to the sob, to the silent, gliding figure. What was it? Why was it there? And those symbols, were they related? Was this forest, this beautiful, serene place I had come to love, actually a place of ancient, hidden horrors? Sleep was a distant, impossible dream. I sat there, huddled in the alcove, listening to the night, jumping at every sound, my heart a raw, exposed nerve. The chill of the night seeped into my bones, a physical manifestation of the dread that had taken root in my soul. I wished for Buster, for his warm presence, his protective growl. He knew things. He had tried to warn me. And now I was paying the price for not listening. Hours crawled by. The moon climbed higher, casting ghostly silver light through the trees, creating long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I must have drifted in and out of a terrified half-sleep, because at some point I felt a distinct shift in the air, a subtle change like the pressure dropping before a storm. And then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound at first, barely distinguishable from the rustle of leaves. It was a rhythmic tapping. Tappy, tappy, tap. It was coming from somewhere nearby, perhaps 100 yards away, deeper into the forest. It wasn't the natural sound of an animal, nor the creak of branches. It was too regular, too deliberate. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. I strained my ears, holding my breath. The tapping continued, slow and steady. It sounded like something being gently struck against wood or stone. Tappy, tappy, tap. My mind raced, cycling through explanations. A woodpecker, at this hour, a branch hitting another, but it was too consistent, too intentional. And then a new element was added. Faintly woven into the rhythm of the tapping, I heard something else, a whisper. a low, guttural murmur that seemed to carry on the very air just at the edge of comprehension. I gripped my knees tighter, fighting the urge to bolt. I was trapped between an unknown source of these terrifying sounds and the open, vast unknown of the forest in the dark. I wanted to turn on my phone's flashlight to pierce the gloom, but a stronger instinct held me back. Whatever was making those sounds, I didn't want it to know I was there. I didn't want it to see my light. The tapping grew infinitesimally louder, closer, and the whisper, though still indistinct, seemed to carry a hint of ancient, mournful melody. It wasn't a song, not really. More like a wordless lament, a sound of profound, endless sorrow intertwined with something sharp and predatory. I covered my mouth with my hand, trying to control my ragged breathing. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my ears, a counter-rhythm to the insidious tap, 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 and the mournful whisper. The sound seemed to be circling me, not directly approaching, but moving around the perimeter of my hiding place. It was like a hunter scenting its prey, probing, testing. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to disappear. Just go away, I chanted silently. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the sounds. It wasn't the sudden, profound hush of the echo well, but a tense, anticipatory quiet. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I felt a cold prickle on my skin, the undeniable sensation of being watched, not from a distance, but close, very close. I slowly, cautiously opened my eyes. The moonlight had shifted, and a patch of deeper shadow had fallen just outside my alcove near a cluster of ferns. My gaze locked onto it, and then I saw it. Two pinpricks of light, glowing with a faint, malevolent red, emerged from the shadow. They were eyes, and they were staring directly at me. They were set in a face I couldn't discern, a featureless void of darkness within the greater darkness. The red glow was not a reflection, it was an internal light, a predatory spark. My blood froze. This wasn't the tall, gaunt figure from the well. This was something different. Smaller, perhaps, but infinitely more menacing in its proximity, its silent, unwavering stare. It was a creature of the night, a manifestation of the forest's hidden horrors. I tried to scream, but my throat was constricted, no sound escaping. I was paralyzed, utterly helpless. The red eyes held me captive, drilling into my very soul. I could feel its presence, a cold, hungry thing, smelling my fear, savoring it. It took a single, slow, deliberate step forward, its form still largely obscured by shadow, but I could make out a vague, hunched outline. It wasn't human, not even close. It was too low to the ground, too angular, too wrong. Another step, a faint, earthy smell reached me, mixed with something else, something metallic and rotten. My stomach churned. I knew with a certainty that transcended logic that this was the end. I had ventured too far, ignored too many warnings, and now the forest was claiming its due. My mind, in a desperate attempt to protect itself, flashed to Buster, safe and warm in the cabin. I wished I had listened to him. I wished I had stayed home. The creature took another step, and this time a low, guttural growl rumbled in the air, a sound so ancient and primal it vibrated through the very stones of my alcove. It wasn't a warning growl. It was a sound of anticipation, of hunger. Then, just as it seemed poised to spring, a new sound erupted from deeper within the forest. A sharp, piercing shriek. It wasn't human, not an animal. It was a sound of pure agony, a raw, tormented wail that clawed at the night. The red eyes flickered, breaking their hold on me. The creature paused, its hunched form tensing, its attention momentarily diverted by the shriek. It let out a frustrated, almost pained hiss, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. Then, with surprising speed, it turned and vanished back into the shadows, melting into the deeper gloom of the forest. The red eyes disappeared, leaving only the oppressive darkness behind. I remained frozen for another long minute, unable to believe what had just happened. It was gone. The immediate threat was gone. The shriek, though terrifying, had saved me. My body finally released its tension, and I slumped against the rock, gasping for air, trembling violently. Tears, hot and uncontrollable, streamed down my face. I had been so close to death, so utterly helpless. The reality of it slammed into me with overwhelming force. The shriek, though fading now, still echoed in the silent spaces of the night. What was it? What could make such a sound? Was it another creature, or was it another victim? My mind raced, trying to process the impossible. The echo well, the spectral figure, the ancient symbols, and now this red-eyed creature and the agonized shriek. This wasn't just a wild forest. It was a place where unimaginable horrors lurked, where the veil between worlds felt thin and permeable. I knew I couldn't stay here, not anymore. The shelter of the alcove now felt like a trap, a waiting room for whatever horrors still prowled the woods. I had to move, I had to get out, even if it meant stumbling blindly through the remaining hours of darkness. With renewed, desperate resolve, I pushed myself to my feet. My legs were still weak, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins gave me a temporary burst of strength. I knew the sun wouldn't be up for several hours yet, but I couldn't wait. The fear of staying put, of waiting for something else to find me, was far greater than the fear of navigating the dark. I took out my phone, turning the flashlight on again, this time with a grim determination. I would conserve battery, turning it on for short bursts to check my path, then off again. I pointed myself vaguely east, trusting my compass. I had to try. My senses were on high alert, every sound, every shadow a potential threat. The forest was alive around me, but it was a life I no longer trusted, a life that seemed to conceal more than it revealed. I moved slowly, cautiously, my eyes scanning the ground ahead for roots and rocks and the surrounding trees for any hint of movement, any glimmer of red light. The further I walked, the more I felt the chill of the early morning. The air grew damp, a mist beginning to form in the hollows. The moon was sinking towards the horizon, and the stars, once so comforting, now seemed indifferent and cold. I walked for what felt like an eternity, constantly fighting the urge to give up, to simply lie down and wait for the sun. But the memory of the red eyes, of the hunger in that growl, propelled me forward. I imagined Buster waiting for me, whimpering at the door. I had to get back to him. As the first faint hint of gray began to appear in the eastern sky, painting the distant horizon with the promise of dawn, a new sound reached me. It wasn't a terrifying sound, but one that brought a fresh wave of despair. It was the distinct, rhythmic gurgle of running water. A creek. Normally, finding a creek would be a relief. It meant fresh water, and often creeks followed valleys or led to larger bodies of water or even familiar paths. But this creek, it sounded wrong. It wasn't the gentle babble I was used to from the streams near my cabin. This was a deeper, faster flow, and it carried with it a faint, almost metallic tang like the air near the well. My heart sank. I knew with a terrible certainty that this was not a creek I wanted to find. This was the same chilling current that had permeated the air around the Echo well. Was it connected? Was I somehow being drawn back? I followed the sound cautiously towards the source. The light was growing stronger now, enough to distinguish shapes more clearly, to navigate without constant reliance on my phone's flashlight. The trees here were denser, their branches interwoven, forming a dark, oppressive canopy that barely allowed the burgeoning dawn to penetrate. And then I saw it. The creek was wider here, its water a dark, unnatural hue, reflecting the gray sky like polished obsidian. It flowed fast, cutting a deep channel through the forest floor, and standing on the bank, partially submerged in the dark water, was a structure. It was a small, crudely built stone archway, ancient and overgrown, with moss barely visible amidst the tangled roots and fallen leaves. It didn't seem to lead anywhere, just a solitary arch spanning the churning water, almost like a miniature, forgotten bridge to nowhere. The metallic tang in the air was stronger here, almost coppery. As I drew closer, a sense of profound unease washed over me. The water seemed to hum with a strange, low vibration, and then I noticed the carvings on the stones of the archway. They were the same symbols I had seen on the boulder earlier. The circles, the interlocking lines, the triangles, and prominently displayed on the keystone of the arch, the dark, circular shape of the Echo well. My breath caught in my throat. This was no ordinary creek. This was a pathway, a connection. This place, this forgotten archway spanning a sinister stream, was intrinsically linked to the horrors I had encountered. It felt like an anchor point, a locus of whatever dark energy permeated this part of the forest. My gaze drifted from the archway to the water. The surface was swirling with small eddies and currents, and then I saw them. Floating on the dark, reflective surface caught against the rocks were objects. They were small, mundane things. A child's wooden toy, half-rotted, a rusted metal locket, its hinge broken, a single faded leather glove, a fragment of a doll's porcelain face, its painted eyes staring up blankly. Lost things. The words from the sign at the well, if you call into it, it answers not with your voice, but with the voice of what's lost, reverberated in my mind. This wasn't just a place of symbolic loss. This was a literal graveyard of lost possessions, carried by the dark currents of this unnatural creek. A chill that had nothing to do with the early morning air seized me. This creek, this Echo Creek, as I now mentally named it, was an artery flowing from the heart of that silent, terrifying well, carrying its morbid cargo out into the world. It was as if the well consumed and this creek regurgitated the remnants. The dawn light was strengthening, but it did nothing to dispel the gloom of this place. If anything, it only made the dark water and its disturbing contents more starkly visible. I felt a profound, chilling sense of realization. I hadn't simply stumbled upon a local oddity. I had crossed a threshold, stepped into a domain where the natural world bent to something far older, far darker. I backed away slowly, my eyes still fixed on the flowing stream, the grim offerings it carried. The fear was no longer just about survival. It was about the sickening realization of what truly existed in the hidden depths of this forest. The casual disregard I had shown for local legends, for the ancient warnings, now seemed like an act of grotesque naivety. I had to get out not just to safety, but to warn people, to tell someone, but who would believe me? Who would believe the tale of an echo well, a spectral figure, red-eyed creatures, and a creek flowing with lost items? They would think I was mad. I turned my back on the morbid scene, forcing myself to move, to run, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the creek, the archway, and the well it served. The light of the rising sun was my only comfort now, my only guide. I pushed through the tangled undergrowth, ignoring the scratches and scrapes, the ache in my muscles. I just needed to find a trail, any trail that led away from this cursed place. As I finally burst through a particularly thick cluster of bushes, I saw it. A familiar, narrow dirt path, slightly overgrown, but undeniably a trail. My heart leaped with a desperate hope. It wasn't the one I had started on, but it was a trail, a way out. I stumbled onto it, my legs almost giving way beneath me, and started to follow it, moving as fast as my exhausted body would allow. The morning sun was finally breaking through the canopy in earnest, dappling the path with warm light. The sounds of a normal, waking forest began to fill the air, a cacophony of life that only hours ago I would have found mundane, but now seemed like the sweetest music. The trail wound its way through familiar-looking terrain. I began to recognize the types of trees, the lay of the land. I felt a surge of recognition, a faint stirring of hope. I was heading in the right direction. I was getting closer. My cabin, Buster, a hot shower, safety. The thought fueled my weary legs. I pushed on, my mind still reeling from the horrors of the night, but my body focused on the singular goal of escape. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only another hour, the trees began to thin. I saw a fence line, then the edge of a field. And then, through the trees, the familiar, comforting sight of the paved road that led to my cabin. I almost wept with relief. I staggered out of the woods onto the shoulder of the road, blinking in the harsh morning light. My clothes were torn, my skin scratched and bruised, my face streaked with dirt and dried tears. I looked like I had wrestled a bear. I started walking down the road, every step a monumental effort, but each one bringing me closer to home. The fear still clung to me, a cold, heavy weight, but it was slowly being pushed back by the sheer relief of having survived. As I neared my cabin, a new wave of anxiety hit me. Buster, was he okay? Had he been worried? Would he even recognize me in this state? I hobbled up the gravel driveway, my gaze fixed on the familiar red door. And then I saw him, Buster. He was sitting on the porch, a small, scruffy figure, his ears perked, his tail beginning a tentative wag as he caught sight of me. He barked once, a short, sharp yip of recognition and relief, and then launched himself down the steps, tearing towards me. He jumped up, whining excitedly, licking my hands, my face, his warm, solid presence a stark contrast to the spectral horrors of the night. I knelt, wrapping my arms around him, burying my face in his scruffy fur, tears streaming down my face once more. He was real, I was home. But even as I held him, even as the warmth of his body and the thumping of his tail tried to ground me, the chill remained, the lingering unease. The memory of a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight, the image of those red eyes, the haunting echo of a child's sob. I was safe, yes, but I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I was irrevocably changed. The forest I thought I knew like the back of my hand had revealed a terrifying, ancient secret, and I had seen something I could never unsee. And the unsettling truth was, part of me felt as if I had left something of myself behind, lost in the shadows of the echo well. The first thing I did upon entering the cabin was kick off my boots. The soles were caked with mud, the laces tangled with twigs and leaves. They landed with a thud by the door, and Buster, still whining and circling my legs, nudged them with his nose as if investigating foreign objects. I knelt again, pulling him close, burying my face in his fur. He licked away the last of my tears, a rough, comforting tongue against my grimy skin. His warmth was a lifeline, a tangible anchor in a world that had, for one night, spun utterly out of control. "Oh, Buster," I croaked, my voice raw from screaming and terror. "I'm so sorry. You tried to warn me, didn't you?" He responded with a soft whimper and pressed his head into my chest, a gesture of profound empathy that only deepened my guilt. My entire body ached, every muscle protested, every joint screamed. My clothes were shredded, my jeans torn at the knees, my jacket ripped at the sleeves. Dried blood crusted around numerous scratches on my hands and face. I looked like a wild thing, not the person who had confidently strode into the woods just yesterday afternoon. I managed to peel off my ruined clothes, dropping them in a heap that reeked of damp earth, sweat, and something else, something metallic and vaguely unsettling. I caught a glimpse of myself in the bathroom mirror, hollow eyes, smudged dirt, tangled hair, and a pallor that spoke of terror. The scratches were angry red lines, some still oozing. But it was the look in my eyes that unnerved me most, a haunted, distant gaze that reflected not just exhaustion, but a profound, fundamental shift in my perception of reality. The shower was a revelation. Hot water sluiced over my aching muscles, carrying away the grime and some of the lingering chill. I scrubbed my skin until it was red, as if trying to wash away the memory, the very touch of that malevolent presence. But the chill in my bones, the memory of the silence, it remained. It was lodged deep, an unwelcome guest. Afterwards, wrapped in a thick towel, I felt a flicker of something resembling normalcy. I examined the scratches, cleaned them with antiseptic wipes from the first aid kit, and applied bandages where necessary. They stung, a welcome, mundane pain compared to the existential dread that had gripped me for hours. Buster, having drunk deeply from his water bowl, padded into the bathroom and settled at my feet, watching me with those wise, knowing eyes. His presence was a balm. I realized I was starving. I hadn't eaten since early yesterday morning. In the kitchen, I cobbled together a quick meal, toast, scrambled eggs, anything that didn't require much thought. Each bite felt like a monumental effort, yet the food was nourishing, grounding. Buster sat patiently, occasionally nudging my hand for a stray piece of toast, his normal behavior a comforting counterpoint to the chaos in my mind. But even as I ate, the images flashed unbidden behind my eyes. The gaping maw of the echo well, the spectral figure gliding through the trees, the red, malevolent eyes of the hunched creature, the agonized shriek, the dark creek flowing with lost things. It wasn't just a memory, it was a replayed nightmare, vivid and chillingly real. I tried to rationalize it. Exhaustion, dehydration, hallucinations brought on by fear, but the clarity of it, the specific details, the shared elements, the silence, the symbols, the lost items, it was too cohesive, too terrifyingly consistent to be a figment of my imagination. After the meal, I felt a heavy lethargy descend. My body screamed for sleep, for oblivion. I stumbled into my bedroom, Buster following closely, and collapsed onto the bed. He jumped up, curling into a tight ball against my side, his warmth and steady breathing a comfort. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, but sleep didn't come easily. Every shadow seemed to shift, every creak of the old cabin became a footstep. Every rustle of leaves outside my window transformed into the rustle of dry leaves skittering across stone. I lay there for hours, suspended between exhaustion and terror until the sun was high in the sky. When I finally drifted off, it was into a fitful, nightmare-ridden sleep. I saw the well endless and black. I heard the child's sob, raw and heart-wrenching. I felt the piercing gaze of the red eyes, smelling that metallic, rotten scent. I awoke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, Buster stirring beside me with a concerned whimper. The next few days were a blur of disorientation and unease. I tried to fall back into my routine, but it was impossible. The forest, once my sanctuary, now felt like a lurking threat. I couldn't bring myself to even look towards the tree line from my window, let alone venture outside for more than a quick trip to my mailbox. My writing, once a source of joy and focus, now seemed trivial, pointless. The words wouldn't come, my mind too consumed by the horrors I had witnessed. Buster became my shadow, sensing my distress. He rarely left my side, his presence a constant, reassuring weight. I found myself talking to him more than usual, recounting bits and pieces of my ordeal, though he could only offer soft nudges and sympathetic gazes in return. It helped a little to vocalize it, even to a non-understanding audience. I spent hours researching. Echo Well Shawnee National Forest, I typed into Google. Nothing. Lost Objects Creek Legend, Illinois. Nothing. I broadened my search to ancient symbols, local folklore, cryptids. I found endless unrelated articles, but nothing that even hinted at what I had experienced. It was as if the horrors were unique to me, unknown to the world, buried deep in the forgotten corners of the forest's history. The lack of information only deepened my sense of isolation and disbelief. Had I truly been the only one to stumble upon such a place? The symbols in particular haunted me. The circle, the interlocking lines, the triangles, and especially the well symbol. I sketched them in a notebook, trying to decipher their meaning, but they remained stubbornly inscrutable. They felt ancient, primordial, imbued with a power I couldn't grasp. One afternoon, a few days after my return, I ventured out to the porch, needing fresh air but unable to shake the feeling of vulnerability. Buster sat beside me, his head resting on my knee. The sun was warm, the birds sang, and the forest looked serene, almost inviting. It was a stark contrast to the terror it had inflicted upon me. The normalcy felt like a lie, a thin veneer over something dark and dangerous. As I sat there trying to regain a semblance of peace, my gaze drifted to the edge of the tree line about 50 yards from my cabin. And then I saw it, or thought I saw it. A flicker of movement, a darker shadow against the already deep shadows of the woods. It was gone in an instant, a fleeting impression, but it sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. Was it a deer, a trick of the light, or was it watching me? I gripped Buster's fur, my heart beginning to pound. He stiffened too, letting out a low, rumbling growl, his eyes fixed on the very spot I had been looking at. He saw it, or sensed it. My blood ran cold. I wasn't imagining things. The threat hadn't vanished when I left the woods. I sprang to my feet, dragging Buster with me, and practically dove back into the cabin, slamming the door shut and locking it with trembling hands. I pressed my back against the wood, breathing heavily, my eyes darting to the windows. The silence outside was no longer peaceful, it was watchful. That incident solidified my belief that I was still in danger. Whatever was in that forest, it wasn't confined to the well. It had followed me, or at least knew where I was. The thought was paralyzing. I was no longer safe in my own home. Paranoia became my constant companion. I started keeping all the lights on at night, drawing the blinds tightly closed. I checked the locks on the doors and windows multiple times. Buster's growl at any unexpected sound would send me into a panic. Sleep became even more elusive, haunted by vivid nightmares that bled into my waking hours. I knew I couldn't live like this. The isolation of the cabin, which I had once cherished, now felt like a trap. I needed to leave, to put distance between myself and that cursed forest, but something held me back. A morbid curiosity, yes, but also a deeper, more unsettling feeling, a sense of incompleteness, as if a part of me truly had been left behind. The chill in my bones wasn't just a memory, it felt like an absence, a void within me. One particularly restless night, as the moon cast long, eerie shadows across my bedroom floor, I decided I couldn't simply run. The rational part of my brain screamed to pack up and flee, but the part that had been drawn to the echo well in the first place, the curious, tenacious part, insisted I couldn't. Not until I understood. Not until I found out what had been taken from me, or what had been left behind. My memories of the well were fragmented, clouded by terror. The child's sob, the spectral figure, the red eyes. But there was something else, a fleeting moment, a sensation I couldn't quite grasp. A whisper of thought, a shadow of an emotion that felt like it had been pulled from me. I decided I needed to go back, not to the well itself, not yet, but to the place of the symbols, the alcove where I had sheltered from the red-eyed creature, and to the Echo Creek, the stream of lost things. I needed to find a clue, an answer. I needed to face it, not flee. It was a foolhardy decision, born of trauma and a desperate need for understanding, but it felt inevitable. I spent the next day preparing. This time I would be ready. I gathered a proper survival kit, a more powerful flashlight, extra batteries, a sturdy knife, rope, high-energy food, a heavier jacket, a proper first aid kit, and a whistle. I even packed an old digital camera, hoping to capture proof, though the thought of pointing a lens at those horrors made my stomach churn. I charged my phone fully, knowing signal was unlikely, but holding onto the hope of its GPS function as a last resort. My old compass, now treated with newfound reverence, was checked and rechecked. I studied my hand-drawn map of the forest, trying to mentally retrace my panicked flight to pinpoint the general direction of the creek and the alcove. It was still a guess, but a more informed one. I knew the general direction of the well from the original trail, and I knew I had run generally east, then northeast after stumbling into the normal-sounding forest. The creek seemed to flow from the well. If I could find the creek again, I might be able to follow it. Buster watched my preparations with a mournful intensity. He knew. "No, boy," I told him, patting his head. "Not this time. You stay here, guard the fort. I need to do this alone." He whined, nudging my hand, his sad eyes pleading. It broke my heart, but I couldn't risk him. He was too important. If something happened to me, he had to be safe. And I knew deep down that whatever lurked in those woods would be far too dangerous for him. The next morning, I set out just as the sun began to paint the sky with streaks of orange and pink. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was the same perfect hiking weather as that fateful Thursday. This time, however, there was no joy in it, only grim determination. I chose a different, less obscure trail, one I knew well, aiming to loop around to where I estimated the Echo Creek would be. I walked briskly, my senses on high alert, scanning the tree line, listening intently. The familiar sounds of the forest were no longer comforting. They were a complex tapestry of information, each rustle, each bird call, scrutinized for anything out of place. I walked for hours, pushing deeper than I had intended, following familiar contours of the land, using the compass religiously. My initial plan was just to find the creek, but as I got closer to the general area, a strange pull began to assert itself. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but a magnetic sensation, a faint thrumming in the air that seemed to draw me towards a particular direction. It felt like a subtle echo of the silence, a thinning of the veil. The trees grew denser, the undergrowth thicker, and the air grew subtly colder, damp and earthy, carrying that faint metallic tang. The sounds of the forest began to recede, not abruptly as before, but gradually, as if muffled by an invisible barrier. My heart began to pound with a sickening familiarity. I was entering the zone. I checked my phone, no signal. My compass needle began to waver slightly, not spinning wildly, but twitching, as if confused by localized magnetic interference. The feeling of dread intensified, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Then, through the gloom of the dense trees, I saw it, the dark, unnatural flow of the Echo Creek. It looked just as it had in the pre-dawn light of my escape, wide, dark, and fast, its surface swirling with eddies. The stone archway was partially obscured by mist now, giving it an even more ethereal, ancient appearance. I approached cautiously, my hand on the knife sheathed at my belt. The symbols on the archway were clearer in the daylight, even more disturbing. They seemed to hum with a quiet energy, radiating something cold and forbidding. And in the water, caught against the rocks, were more lost things. A faded child's shoe, a broken pocket watch, a string of dull glass beads. Each item felt like a tiny, frozen tragedy. This time I was determined to observe, not just flee. I took out my digital camera, my hands shaking slightly, and began to photograph the archway, the symbols, the items in the creek. I zoomed in on the keystone, capturing the disturbing circular shape that so clearly mimicked the well. This was proof, I told myself, something tangible. As I worked, a new sensation prickled at my skin. Not the profound silence of the well, but a muted quality to the surrounding forest, as if all sound was being absorbed, held captive. And with it came the undeniable feeling of being watched. I froze, camera still raised. I scanned the tree line slowly, deliberately. Nothing. No movement, no distinct shadows, but the feeling was overwhelming, a cold pressure on the back of my neck. I could almost taste the anticipation in the air. I quickly finished my photographs, and then instead of turning back, I made a difficult decision. I would follow the creek. If it truly flowed from the well, it might lead me to the alcove where I'd found the symbols, or even closer to the well itself, allowing me to observe it from a distance with more preparation. The creek was treacherous to follow. Its banks were steep and overgrown, the ground uneven and slick with moss. I moved slowly, carefully, my eyes constantly scanning my surroundings. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, more potent, as if I was nearing the source of some ancient, rusted power. The symbols began to reappear as I ventured deeper, scratched into ancient trees, etched into exposed rock faces. They weren't random, but seemed to be placed with purpose, forming a subtle, hidden trail. Were they wards, warnings, or something else, a path for initiates? The chilling thought sent a shiver down my spine. After about an hour of this arduous trek, the creek took a sharp bend and the canopy opened slightly, revealing a patch of the forest floor bathed in dappled sunlight. And there it was, the cluster of large, smooth boulders forming the natural alcove, and on the side of one, clearer now in the brighter light, were the same crude, ancient symbols. I approached, my heart thrumming with a mix of trepidation and grim satisfaction. I was back. I was facing it. I checked the ground around the alcove, hoping to find some trace of the red-eyed creature, but there was nothing. The forest floor was clean, undisturbed, as if the horrors of that night had been swept away by an invisible broom. I sat in the alcove, pulling out my water bottle, and forced myself to breathe. The symbols on the rock face seemed to thrum with a faint, internal light, almost imperceptible. I took more pictures, trying to capture their unsettling essence. I traced the well symbol, feeling a familiar shiver. My gaze then fell upon a small, nearly invisible indentation in the rock wall, a faint line that seemed out of place. Curious, I ran my fingers over it, then pressed gently. To my surprise, a small section of the rock, no larger than my hand, slid inwards with a soft, grating sound, revealing a shallow cavity. My breath hitched, my heart leaped into my throat. What was this? I peered inside, using my phone's flashlight. The cavity was tiny, barely deep enough to hold a fist, and empty save for a single, small object. It was a piece of parchment, rolled tightly and tied with a thin, brittle leather thong. It looked ancient, fragile. With trembling fingers, I carefully pulled it out. The thong crumbled to dust as I touched it. I unrolled the parchment, holding it carefully, my anticipation mingling with a profound sense of dread. The parchment was covered in the same crude, ancient symbols I had been seeing, but arranged in a more deliberate pattern like a map or a ritualistic text. And at the bottom, in faded, almost illegible script, written in what looked like a blend of archaic English and another language I didn't recognize, were words. My eyes strained to decipher them. Beyond the echo well lies the heart of the lost, warded by the silent watcher, sought by the whispering collector. Its power binds, its sorrow feeds. To retrieve what's gone, one must give what's cherished. Only then can the veil be lifted. Beware the turning of the blood moon. My blood ran cold. Silent watcher, whispering collector. Those phrases resonated with the spectral figure and the red-eyed creature. Heart of the lost, what was that? And to retrieve what's gone, one must give what's cherished. A price, a sacrifice. This wasn't just a legend, it was a guide, a warning, and the ominous mention of a blood moon sent a fresh wave of dread through me. I reread the parchment several times, my mind racing. This was it, the explanation. The horror of it, the impossible reality of it, solidified. This wasn't some localized oddity, it was a complex ancient system, a nexus of sorrow and hunger. The echo well wasn't just a well, it was a gateway, a conduit to something deeper, to the heart of the lost. The spectral figure, the silent watcher, guarded it. The red-eyed creature, the whispering collector, sought things, collected things, probably the lost items in the creek, perhaps even the essence of the lost, the sorrow itself. To retrieve what's gone, one must give what's cherished. The words echoed in my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. What had I lost at the well? A part of my former self, my innocence, my peace of mind, and what would I have to give in return? The thought was terrifying. I carefully folded the parchment, tucking it into a waterproof pouch in my backpack. This was too important, too dangerous to leave behind. As I did, the familiar chill intensified. The forest grew quieter still. I felt the pressure dropping again like before a storm. I looked up. The dappled sunlight had faded, replaced by an oppressive gloom. The air was heavy, charged. Then I heard it, the faint rhythmic tap, tap, tap. It was closer this time, clearer, coming from the direction of the creek. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, the whispering collector. It was here. And with the tapping, I could discern the low, guttural murmur, the mournful lament, interspersed with something sharp, predatory. It was indeed a whisper, a collection of barely audible, ancient sounds that seemed to crawl under my skin. I gripped the knife, my knuckles white. I was trapped. It was circling again, probing. The alcove, once a shelter, now felt like a cage. Then a new sound, one that sent a jolt of pure terror through me. A faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound directly above me on the rock face. My eyes shot up, nothing, but the scratching continued, a dry, scuttling sound like insects moving across stone. My gaze followed the sound, tracing it up the rock face towards the top of the alcove. And there, clinging to the overhang, its shape barely discernible in the shadows, was something small, dark, and multi-legged. It wasn't the hunched creature with red eyes. This was something else. A spider, too large, a centipede, too thick. It was vaguely insectoid, but larger, its carapace black and glistening, its numerous, spindly legs scuttling silently across the rock. It was like something out of a nightmare, a grotesque mutation, feeding on the darkness itself. As I stared horrified, the creature paused its ascent, its head swiveling. I couldn't make out eyes, but I felt its awareness, its malevolent attention fixed on me. And then, from somewhere within its segmented body, a faint, high-pitched chittering sound emanated, a sound of dry, rustling hunger. It began to descend, slowly, deliberately, its spindly legs finding purchase on the rough stone. The tapping of the whispering collector outside intensified, closer now, a dreadful duet of predatory sounds. I was caught between two horrors, the chittering thing above and the tapping, whispering thing below. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I pushed myself further back into the alcove, pressing against the cold stone, trying to make myself invisible. The multi-legged creature was almost at eye level now, its segmented body swaying slightly. It felt ancient, repulsive, an extension of the forest's deeper, darker life. And then a new element was added to its ghastly symphony. From within its chitinous mouthparts, a thin, almost invisible strand of something sticky and glistening began to emerge, slowly, deliberately, aimed directly at me. It was a web, a living, predatory web. My mind screamed. This was some kind of enormous, sentient spider or a similar arachnid horror spinning its snare. Just as the strand extended towards me, a sudden guttural roar ripped through the forest, shaking the very air. It wasn't the frustrated hiss of the red-eyed creature, nor the tormented wail from that night. This was a sound of immense power, of rage, deep and primal, echoing through the trees. The multi-legged creature froze, the web strand retracting slightly. The red-eyed creature outside stopped its tapping, its whispers abruptly cut off. The air thrummed with a new, terrifying tension. Then, with a startling speed, the multi-legged creature retracted completely, scuttling up the rock face and vanishing into a deep crevice at the top of the alcove. The tapping and whispering outside resumed, but this time it was receding, moving away from me fast, as if whatever was making the sounds was in full retreat. The roar sounded again, closer now, resonating with a terrifying fury. It was followed by the crashing of branches, the heavy thud of something massive moving through the undergrowth, heading in the direction the whispering collector had fled. It sounded like a pursuit, a hunter chasing prey. I remained frozen, pressed against the stone, my heart hammering. What was that? A new player? Another monster in this horrifying ecosystem? This forest was far more complex, far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. It wasn't just individual creatures, it was a hierarchy, a battleground. The sounds of the chase faded into the distance, leaving behind an unsettling quiet. It wasn't the profound, unnatural silence of the well, but a tense, anticipatory stillness. I slowly, cautiously dared to move, my muscles screaming in protest. I scrambled out of the alcove, not daring to look back at the crevice where the multi-legged horror had vanished. I needed to get out. My quest for understanding had unearthed far more than I had bargained for, drawing me deeper into a web of ancient horrors. The parchment, with its cryptic warnings, had given me answers, but those answers only brought more terror. I ran, not in a blind panic this time, but with a desperate, focused urgency. I knew which way to go, back towards the creek and then towards the familiar trails. But every rustle, every shadow seemed charged with new meaning, new threats. The forest was no longer just the domain of the well. It was a battlefield for unseen entities, a place where I was merely a trespasser, an unintended witness. As I neared the Echo Creek, the metallic tang in the air grew faint, replaced by the more natural sense of damp earth and pine. The sounds of the forest slowly returned, the chirping of birds, the rustle of unseen critters, a gentle hum of life. I was out of the immediate zone of influence, but the feeling of being changed, of having been touched by something ancient and malevolent, persisted. I reached the more familiar part of the trail, the one I had taken that morning. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but I pushed on, fueled by the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. The thought of Buster waiting for me safe in the cabin was a powerful motivator. I needed to get back to him. I needed to feel his warmth, his normalcy. The sun was beginning to dip towards the horizon, casting long, golden shadows through the trees. I knew I didn't have much daylight left, but the thought of spending another night in that forest, with the knowledge of what lurked within, was unbearable. As I finally stumbled out onto the paved road, blinking in the late afternoon sun, I felt a wave of profound exhaustion wash over me. I was physically and emotionally drained. But this time the relief was tinged with a new, chilling certainty. I had understood too much. I was no longer just a victim of a terrifying encounter. I was a possessor of dangerous knowledge. I looked back at the tree line, the serene, inviting facade of the forest, and shivered. Beyond its deceptive beauty lay horrors that defied comprehension, an ancient struggle and a gateway to the heart of the lost. And I, with my simple curiosity, had stumbled right into the middle of it. The parchment was burning a hole in my backpack, its words seared into my mind. To retrieve what's gone, one must give what's cherished. Beware the turning of the blood moon. The blood moon? When was the next one? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I didn't know the lunar cycle intimately, but I knew they were rare. A quick mental calculation based on general astronomical knowledge suggested one wasn't for many months, perhaps even a year or more. But the warning was clear. It wasn't just a threat for that night, it was a prophecy, a ticking clock. I began the weary walk back to my cabin, the road stretching out before me. The setting sun painted the sky in fiery reds and oranges, beautiful and menacing all at once. My mind was racing, trying to process everything. The well, the watcher, the collector, the chittering web spinner, the roaring protector, the parchment, the blood moon. It was too much. As I neared my cabin, Buster appeared on the porch, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. He barked once, a short, sharp yip of recognition, and then started down the steps, tail wagging cautiously. I smiled, a tired, watery smile. His unwavering presence was the only thing that felt real, truly safe in this newly terrifying world. I reached the porch, knelt, and embraced him, burying my face in his scruffy fur. "I'm back, boy," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. "I'm back, but I found something terrible." He whined softly, nudging my hand as if understanding. Inside, I locked the door, drew the blinds, and sat heavily on the couch, Buster curling up beside me. I pulled out the parchment, unfolding it carefully. The symbols seemed to pulse faintly in the dim cabin light. I needed to understand every word, every nuance. I realized I hadn't eaten anything substantial since the meager breakfast. My stomach growled, but the thought of food was repulsive. My mind was too consumed. I needed to research the blood moon to understand the lunar cycle, to figure out when this terrible prophecy might come to pass, and I needed to protect Buster and myself. The words of the parchment echoed again: to retrieve what's gone, one must give what's cherished. I thought of what I had lost at the well: my peace, my innocence, my sense of security, perhaps even a fragment of my soul. And what was most cherished to me? Buster, the cabin, my very life. The thought made me sick with fear. I had stumbled into a war, an ancient, unseen conflict, and I was now inextricably tangled in its threads. The forest wasn't just a place of beauty and solitude. It was a gateway, a feeding ground, a battlefield. And I was no longer an observer. I was involved. I had knowledge that could be dangerous, not just to me, but to others. The next few days were a blur of intense research. I pored over astronomical charts online, cross-referencing ancient calendars and folklore. Blood moons, or total lunar eclipses, weren't as rare as I had initially thought, but specific dates for my region were crucial. I finally found it. The next total lunar eclipse visible in my area was projected for approximately 8 months from now. 8 months. It felt like both an eternity and a terrifyingly short deadline. 8 months to prepare. 8 months to understand what I was up against. 8 months to figure out what Heart of the Lost truly was, and what I might have to give to protect myself and Buster, or to retrieve whatever fragmented piece of myself the well had consumed. My cabin, once a haven, now felt like a research outpost, a bunker. I installed more robust locks, reinforced the windows, even considered a security system, though I doubted electronics would deter something truly ancient. I bought a shotgun, a decision that went against every fiber of my peaceful nature, but the images of the red eyes, the chittering horror, and the sheer power of that roaring entity made me realize I might need more than a knife. I trained at a local range, feeling grim and determined, learning to handle it, though the thought of ever using it filled me with dread. I continued to sketch the symbols, trying to find patterns, connections. I read obscure texts on pagan rituals, ancient wards, and the darker side of folklore. The internet, a vast ocean of information and misinformation, became my primary tool. I learned about ley lines, spiritual energy, and the concept of places where the veil between worlds was thin. The Echo Well, I realized, was undoubtedly one such place. The symbols from the parchment began to make more sense as I cross-referenced them with various ancient pictographs and esoteric diagrams. The interlocking circles seemed to represent cycles or convergences of energy. The triangles, often appearing pointed upwards or downwards, could signify spiritual ascent or descent, or perhaps an invocation or banishment. The well symbol was unmistakably a gateway, a void. I started to map out where I had seen them, on the boulder, on the archway, now on the parchment. They were a language, a system. My writing career, for all intents and purposes, ceased. I told my clients I was taking an extended break, citing creative burnout. The truth was, I couldn't write about anything else. Every story I tried to craft would inevitably twist back to the forest, to the well, to the primal terror. Buster, ever vigilant, remained my constant companion. He seemed to understand the shift in my focus, the new, grim determination that drove me. He would often stare intently at the tree line, sometimes letting out a low growl, reminding me that the threat, though unseen, was still out there. One evening, about a month after my return, I was meticulously cleaning the shotgun, the metallic tang of the oil oddly comforting in its mundanity, when Buster let out a sharp, urgent bark. He was standing by the window, his hackles raised, a deep, resonant growl rumbling in his chest. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I grabbed the shotgun, fumbling to load it, my hands shaking. I crept to the window, peering through a small gap in the blinds, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was twilight, the time when shadows lengthen and the world seems to hold its breath. And there, at the very edge of the tree line, stood the figure. This silent watcher. It was taller than I remembered, gaunt and dark, shrouded in what looked like ragged, flowing fabric. It stood perfectly still, almost blending into the deepening shadows, its form difficult to discern, as if it were woven from the very gloom itself. But this time, it wasn't just observing. It was facing directly towards my cabin, and I could feel its gaze. Palpable, unseen weight. It stood there for a long, agonizing moment, an eternity stretched thin, its form a silhouette of ancient dread against the bruised twilight sky. I couldn't discern features, but I felt its eyes, cold and boundless, boring into me through the cabin walls, through the very fabric of my fragile sense of security. Buster's growl deepened, a guttural warning that vibrated through the floorboards, a fierce, protective rumble. Then, as subtly as it had appeared, it began to move. Not directly, not quickly, but slowly, almost mournfully. It turned its spectral head, scanning the periphery of my property. Its movement was fluid, otherworldly, like smoke given form, gliding rather than walking. It was surveying, observing, its silent presence a chilling declaration that my privacy, my sanctuary, was utterly breached. My cabin, with its reinforced doors and loaded shotgun, felt as porous as a sieve. I watched frozen, my breath catching in my throat, as the watcher completed its slow, deliberate survey. It paused, its gaze sweeping over the woods, then back to my cabin, lingering there for a moment that felt like a direct confrontation. I almost screamed, certain it could see me, that it knew I was there, hidden behind the blinds. Then, with a final, almost imperceptible shift, it melted back into the deepening shadows of the forest, vanishing as completely as a dream upon waking. The silence that followed was suffocating. Buster's growl tapered off into a series of anxious whimpers, and he nudged my hand, licking my fingers, his warmth a desperate plea for reassurance. I sank back against the wall, the shotgun clattering to the floor, my legs too weak to hold me. My entire body was trembling, cold sweat beading on my forehead. It had been here. It had watched. It knew. The fear was no longer about a lurking threat in the forest. It was about an active, intelligent presence that had crossed the invisible boundary onto my property. My home was compromised. My carefully constructed walls of safety had been utterly meaningless. I spent the rest of the night in a state of hypervigilance, unable to sleep, unable to relax. Buster remained glued to my side, his sensitive ears twitching at every creak of the house, every rustle of wind outside. I kept all the lights on, a futile attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness. My mind replayed the watcher's silent gaze, its slow, methodical movements. What did it want? Was it a warning, a prelude? Or just a confirmation that I was now inextricably part of its world? The parchment, tucked safely in my backpack, felt like a burning coal against my skin, warded by the silent watcher. The words took on a new, terrifying meaning. It wasn't just guarding the well, it was guarding me. Or perhaps it was simply marking me, observing my movements, waiting for the turning of the blood moon. The next morning, exhaustion weighed heavily on me, but the fear was a sharp, unrelenting current beneath it. I knew I couldn't stay here in this state of perpetual terror and isolation. The cabin, once my refuge, was now a cage, and the forest, my once beloved sanctuary, a sprawling, hungry maw. The thought of 8 months of waiting for that blood moon filled me with a sickening dread. I needed help. I needed someone who knew, or at least someone who wouldn't immediately dismiss me as insane. My mind, still reeling, turned to the symbols. They were the key, the language of this ancient horror. If I could understand them fully, perhaps I could understand the watcher, the collector, the well, and the heart of the lost. I packed a small bag, the parchment, my notebook with sketches of the symbols, the camera, my phone, and a change of clothes. I couldn't abandon Buster, but I couldn't take him into town either, not with my current state of mind. "Stay here, boy," I told him, stroking his head. "Guard the cabin, I'll be back." He whined, looking up at me with those knowing eyes, but he understood the gravity of my tone. Driving down the winding dirt road towards town felt like re-entering a different dimension. The familiar sights of farms, pastures, and distant houses seemed alien after my weeks of isolation and terror. The mundane world felt thin, fragile, a flimsy facade over the lurking reality I had discovered. The small town library was my first stop. It was a quaint, brick building, quiet and smelling of old paper and dust. Mrs. Gable, the librarian, a kindly woman with spectacles perched on her nose, greeted me with a warm smile. She knew me by sight, a regular visitor in my past life. "Well, hello, dear. Haven't seen you in a while. Been lost in the woods, have we?" She chuckled, completely unaware of the chilling irony of her words. I managed a strained smile. "Something like that, Mrs. Gable. I'm doing some research, a local history project." I tried to keep my voice steady, my demeanor calm. "I was hoping you might have some obscure books on local folklore, Native American legends, perhaps even geological oddities in the Shawnee National Forest." Her eyebrows rose slightly. "Oh, that's an interesting turn for your usual fiction, isn't it? Well, we have a small section on local history. Nothing too exciting, mostly pioneer stories. As for Native American legends, much of that knowledge has unfortunately been lost over time, dear. But I do recall one very old collection of regional tales that might touch on some older beliefs. It's rarely checked out." She led me to a dimly lit corner, pulling out a slim, leather-bound volume from a top shelf. It was titled Whispers of the Old Earth, a collection of Illinois frontier lore. The pages were yellowed, brittle, and the text was in an archaic font. "This belonged to old Silas Blackwood," Mrs. Gable explained, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "He was a bit of an eccentric, lived-out pasture place, actually. Collected all sorts of strange stories before the turn of the century. Some folks said he was mad, but he certainly knew a lot about the hidden places of the forest." My heart gave a jolt. Silas Blackwood. Do you know if any of his descendants still live around here? Mrs. Gable frowned thoughtfully. Blackwood, ah yes, Old Man Hemlock, that's what people call him now. He lives way out on the far side of Whisperwood Creek, even deeper than your cabin. Hermit type, keeps to himself. Last of the line, I reckon, but he's not exactly friendly, dear, doesn't take kindly to visitors." Whisperwood Creek, the name sent a fresh shiver down my spine. Could it be connected to the Echo Creek, or was it a mere coincidence? "Thank you, Mrs. Gable. This is very helpful." I checked out the book and spent the next few hours poring over its contents in a quiet corner of the library. Most of it was indeed pioneer anecdotes, but interspersed were darker, stranger tales. Tales of vanished settlers, of strange lights in the woods, of places where the forest itself seemed to hold its breath. And then I found it. A chapter titled The Silent Place and the River of Memory. The text was cryptic, written in a florid, almost poetic style that veiled its true horror. It spoke of a deep chasm where the earth cries out in silence that consumed the grief of the land. It mentioned shadow folk who guarded it and whispering beasts that fed on sorrow and forgotten things. And chillingly, it described a dark river that flows with the echoes of lives undone, carrying fragments of what once was cherished. My breath hitched. Echo Creek, the Watcher, the Collector, the well, it was all there, thinly veiled by metaphor and archaic language. The book even described a heart of the lost, an ancient source of power and sorrow hidden deep within the silent place, sustained by the constant flow of forgotten memories and grief. To placate the silence, the text read, one must offer a piece of their living heart. To retrieve what's gone, a greater sacrifice is demanded, one of true love, given willingly under the turning of the blood moon. A piece of their living heart. My mind immediately went to what felt lost from me after my first encounter with the well. My peace, my joy, a part of my very soul. And the greater sacrifice of true love under the blood moon, the thought of Buster, the one thing I cherished above all else, sent a cold dread through my entire being. This was not just a story. This was a blueprint. This was real. The book also contained a crude, hand-drawn map tucked into its back cover. It showed the general area of my cabin, the main trails, and then faintly a dotted line leading deeper into the woods past the general vicinity of the Echo Well. It marked a place, not with a name, but with a familiar symbol, the interlocking circles, with a small, stylized triangle at its center. And beside it, written in elegant, flowing script, Old Man Hemlock's home beyond Whisperwood Creek. Old Man Hemlock, Sela's Blackwood's descendant. If anyone knew more, it would be him. But Mrs. Gable's warning about his reclusive nature echoed in my mind. Still, I had to try. He might hold the key to understanding the parchment, to understanding how to survive, or even how to fight back. I checked out the book, promising Mrs. Gable I'd be very careful with it, and left the library, my mind buzzing with a mixture of terror and grim determination. The Watcher's visit, the library book, the revelation of Old Man Hemlock, it all felt like a path was being laid out for me, a path deeper into the unknown. I drove back towards my cabin, but instead of turning down my driveway, I continued further down the main road, looking for any sign of a turnoff towards Whisperwood Creek. After a few miles, I found a barely discernible dirt track, overgrown and almost swallowed by the surrounding foliage, marked by a faded, hand-painted sign that simply read Hemlock. The track was rough, barely wide enough for my SUV, and the trees pressed in from all sides, creating an oppressive tunnel of green. I drove slowly, cautiously, the old map clutched in my hand, Buster's worried whines still echoing in my memory. This was exactly the kind of secluded, forgotten road that led to the kind of knowledge I was seeking. Eventually, the track opened into a small clearing, dominated by a ramshackle cabin, far older and more weathered than mine, surrounded by an overgrown garden and a veritable junkyard of ancient tools, rusted metal, and piles of rotting lumber. Smoke curled lazily from a stone chimney, and perched on a rickety porch, a figure sat hunched over a whittling project, a gnarled walking stick leaning against his chair. He was an old man, thin and wiry, with a shock of wild white hair and a long, untamed beard that almost reached his waist. His clothes were patched and worn, and his hands, though calloused and spotted with age, moved with surprising dexterity as he carved. As my SUV rumbled to a stop, his head slowly lifted, and a pair of piercing blue eyes, surprisingly sharp and intelligent, fixed on me. He didn't speak, didn't move, just watched me with an unnerving intensity. I felt like an intruder, an alien presence. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the car, offering what I hoped was a reassuring smile. Mr. Hemlock, my name is Sarah. I live a few miles down the road. He continued to stare, his gaze unwavering, unnervingly analytical. Then, in a voice like gravel scraping over stone, he finally spoke. Ain't many folks come out this way, girl, especially not city folk like yourself. His eyes narrowed, taking in my still frayed appearance, the dark circles under my eyes. And you look like you've seen the devil himself, or something worse. My smile faltered. He saw it. He knew. Relief mingled with a fresh wave of fear washed over me. I think I have, sir. I've been doing some research, and Mrs. Gable at the library mentioned you. She said you might know something about the old stories about the forest. He snorted, a dry, humorless sound. Old stories ain't stories when they're true, girl, and the forest holds more than just trees. My grandpappy Salas, he knew that. Too much, some might say. He paused, his gaze drifting towards the dense tree line surrounding his cabin. You been to the silent place, haven't you? Heard the river of memory. My breath caught. Yes, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I found the echo well in the creek, and I saw things, heard things, and I found this. I reached into my backpack, pulling out the rolled parchment. His eyes widened almost imperceptibly as he saw the parchment. He leaned forward, his ancient face etched with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Where did you get that, girl? His voice was suddenly sharp, urgent. I found it in a hidden cavity in a rock near the creek, I explained, carefully unrolling it. It has symbols on it and words about the heart of the lost and the blood moon. He took the parchment from me with surprisingly delicate hands, his eyes scanning the ancient script. A low whistle escaped his lips. Well, I'll be Silas's lost work. I thought this was gone forever. He spent years trying to decipher the old tongue, the language of the hidden ones. He looked at me, a strange glint in his piercing blue eyes. You're either the unluckiest soul to ever step foot in these woods, or the one they've been waiting for. Waiting for, I stammered, feeling a fresh wave of unease. He folded the parchment carefully and handed it back. Come in, girl. This ain't a conversation for outside. He rose slowly, his joints creaking, and led me into his cabin. The interior was dim, cluttered with books, strange artifacts, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, and more whittled wood creations. It smelled of wood smoke, old paper, and something earthy and medicinal. A large, rough-hewn table dominated the center of the room. He motioned for me to sit on one of the mismatched chairs, then settled opposite me, his gaze still fixed on my face. So you've seen the Silent Watcher, he said, stating it as a fact, not a question, and the Whispering Collector. I nodded, my voice still a little shaky. And something else is a multi-legged creature that spun a web, and I heard a roar, something that chased the collector away. He leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ah, the old protector. He stirs when the balance is truly threatened. Not seen him for decades, not since Silas's time. Good to know he's still watching. The old protector, I asked, confused. What are these things? What is the echo well? Old man Hemlock sighed, a sound heavy with ancient knowledge and weariness. The well, as you call it, is a gateway, not to another world, not exactly, but to a deeper layer of this one, a place of pure emotion, pure loss, the heart of the lost, as the parchment says. It feeds on sorrow, on grief, on things forgotten and cherished. It's ancient, far older than any human memory. He continued, his voice taking on a hypnotic, storytelling quality. The hidden ones, they were here long before any settlers, before even the tribes you know. They understood the earth's pulse, its hidden veins of power. They built the archways, inscribed the symbols to contain it, to balance it. The Watcher, the gaunt one, he's bound to it, a guardian. But he's not entirely malevolent, not in the way you think. He's a warden, a keeper of the balance. And the collector, I asked, remembering the red eyes, the hunger. The collector, he scowled, is a scavenger, a parasite. It preys on the fringes, drawn to the sorrow the well emits. It gathers the lost things, the remnants of shattered lives, but it also seeks to draw out more, to tempt unwary souls deeper, to feed its hunger. And the multi-legged thing. Ah, the weaver of illusions, he mused. Another creature of the periphery, it traps and binds, feeding on fear and despair. It's weaker, usually, but cunning. All of them are drawn to the well's influence, but they serve different purposes, different hungers. And the old protector, he's the ancient guardian of the true balance, Hemlock said, his eyes distant, as if seeing something far away. He awakens when the well's influence threatens to spill over too much, when the collector or weaver grow too bold. He keeps them in check, maintains the boundaries. He's a force of nature, primal and wild, but necessary. It was an entire ecosystem of horror, a delicate, terrifying balance. The parchment mentioned retrieving what's gone, I said, holding it up, and giving what's cherished under a blood moon. Hemlock nodded gravely. Silas believed that the well, in its deepest core, held not just lost things, but also fragments of lost self. When you called into it, it took a piece of you, didn't it? Something intangible, something vital. I felt a chill, my peace of mind, my sense of security, my joy even. Aye, he confirmed, a piece of your living heart. The well craves that, it feeds on it. But Silas believed it could be retrieved if the right price was paid and the right ritual performed. The blood moon, it's when the veil between worlds thins the most, when ancient powers are at their peak. It's a time of immense power for good or ill. A sacrifice of true love, I whispered, my voice trembling. Does that mean Buster? His gaze softened slightly. Silas never found out for sure. He was obsessed, spent his whole life trying to decipher it. He believed it meant a deep, unconditional love, a pure offering. It could be an object, a memory, or a living thing. He paused, studying my face. But he also theorized that the well could be tricked, that the sacrifice didn't have to be literal death, that the intent of the sacrifice, the willingness to give, might be enough. But it's a dangerous path, girl, a very dangerous path. What did Silas Blackwood want to retrieve? I asked. Hemlock's eyes clouded with sorrow. His wife. She vanished long ago out near the silent place. He believed she was consumed by the well, that a part of her was lost there. He spent his life trying to bring her back, or at least retrieve her essence. So he wasn't trying to destroy it or contain it. No, Hemlock shook his head. He respected its power. He understood it was a natural part of the world, albeit a dark one. His aim was to navigate it, to understand its rules, to use its power for his own ends. But he never succeeded. He died trying, convinced that he was close, but never quite there. This was a lot to take in. An ancient gateway, an ecosystem of supernatural beings, a complex lore of sacrifices and retrieval. And I was in the middle of it, a reluctant participant. The symbols, I said, pulling out my notebook. Do you understand them all? Hemlock took the notebook, his gnarled fingers tracing the lines. Silas learned much. These interlocking circles, they represent the convergence of life and death, of the seen and unseen. The triangles, those are directional, calling or banishing. This one, he pointed to a specific symbol. This represents binding. This one, release. And the well symbol, that's the heart of it all. The void, the gateway, the source of both sorrow and raw power. He picked up a small, intricately carved wooden bird from his table. Silas believed the symbols were part of a larger ritual, a language to speak to the energies of the well. Wards, he called them. and pathways. Pathways. Yes, the symbols etched on the trees and rocks leading to the well, they aren't random. They are meant to draw you in, to attune you, to prepare you for what lies within. They are an invitation, a subtle compulsion for those receptive to its call. Receptive, was that why I, of all people, had stumbled upon it? Was I particularly susceptible to its draw? The thought was unsettling. So if I wanted to protect myself or retrieve what I lost, I'd need to understand these symbols and potentially use them, I asked. Hemlock nodded slowly. That's what Silas believed. You've already taken the first step by finding his parchment. It's a key, but the rituals are complex, dangerous. One wrong move and the well could claim more than just a piece of your heart. What about the Watcher? I asked. It was outside my cabin last night. It was watching me. He frowned, a deep furrow appearing between his bushy brows. That's unusual. The Watcher rarely leaves the immediate vicinity of the well. Its purpose is to guard the gateway, unless you've been marked, or its presence is a warning. Perhaps the balance is more unstable than I thought. He looked at me with renewed intensity. Did you feel anything when it watched you? A pull, a coldness? A coldness, yes, I confirmed. And a sense of being completely exposed, like it knew everything. That's its way, Hemlock nodded. It reads the deep currents of emotion, of intent. It judges, but it does not often leave its station. This troubles me, girl. It means your actions, your very presence, have stirred something deeper. And the blood moon is 8 months away, I stated, the date a stark, terrifying deadline. Hemlock's gaze grew distant again. That gives you time, but not much. The energies will build. The well will grow hungrier, the collector bolder, and the protector, he will be restless. You have stirred the nest, Sarah. What do I do? I asked, feeling overwhelmed. He fixed his piercing blue eyes on me. You have 2 choices. You run, you pack your bags, leave this place, sell your cabin, and never look back. Try to forget what you've seen, though I doubt you ever will. The forest will eventually let you go, its influence fading as you put distance between you and the well. And the other choice. You learn, you prepare, you face it. You decipher Silas's work, understand the symbols, and find a way to navigate the heart of the lost without losing yourself entirely. You might even find a way to reclaim what was taken from you if you are truly brave enough to pay the price. But understand, this path is fraught with immense danger. Silas himself failed. I thought of Buster waiting for me at the cabin. The thought of leaving him, of abandoning my home, filled me with a hollow ache. But the thought of him, a sacrifice for some ancient, terrible ritual, was unbearable. Yet the possibility of reclaiming my lost piece, of understanding this profound mystery, was a powerful draw. I couldn't simply walk away. Not now. I knew too much. I had seen too much. And the Watcher's visit had confirmed that running might not even be an option. I need to understand the symbols better, I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. I need to learn Silas's old tongue, if there's any way to do that. Hemlock smiled, a faint, almost mischievous glint in his eyes. Thought you might. Silas left many of his journals here. He wrote them in a mixture of English and his own phonetic translations of the Hidden One's language. It'll be slow going, but you're welcome to study them. But beware, girl, knowledge is a weapon, but it's also a burden, and what you learn about the well might change you forever. I knew that already. The forest had already changed me. I spent the next several days at Old Man Hemlock's cabin, poring over Silas Blackwood's journals. They were filled with dense script, intricate diagrams of the symbols, and feverish theories about the well, the creatures, and the heart of the lost. Silas's handwriting was often erratic, his thoughts fragmented, reflecting a mind teetering on the edge of obsession. Hemlock, true to his hermit nature, mostly left me to my work, occasionally offering a cryptic comment or a small, hand-drawn map of the areas Silas had explored. He seemed content to have a receptive audience for his family's strange legacy, a final keeper of the forgotten lore. He never asked about my personal life, never offered unsolicited advice beyond the supernatural. He was a silent, ancient presence, a conduit to the past. I learned that the Hidden Ones were not a single tribe, but an ancient lineage, keepers of the balance before recorded history. They revered the well not as evil, but as a powerful, neutral force that needed to be respected and contained. Their symbols were not just a language, but a form of energetic communication, designed to resonate with the Earth's ley lines and the well's peculiar energy. I learned that the heart of the lost was believed to be a nexus of pure, raw sorrow, a dimension of emotion that mirrored the physical world. It was a place where all lost things, all forgotten memories, all unmourned grief congregated, and the well was the primary gateway, the point of greatest permeability. Silas's journals were a treasure trove of horrifying details. He described attempts to communicate with the Watcher, believing it held some form of ancient wisdom, but found only cold, silent observation. He detailed encounters with the Collector, describing its insatiable hunger, its ability to whisper promises of reunion with lost loved ones to lure people deeper into its grasp. He even recorded a terrifying, close call with the Weaver of Illusions, barely escaping its binding web. But most chilling were his theories about the greater sacrifice. He believed that the well itself had a kind of consciousness, or at least a powerful reactive will. It demanded true emotional weight, a genuine relinquishing of something profoundly cherished, not just a token offering. He theorized that the specific nature of the sacrifice, be it an object, a memory, or a living being, was less important than the true sorrow involved in its giving. It was the emotional resonance the well truly craved. One evening, as I pored over a particularly dense passage describing the intricate patterns of the binding and release symbols, Hemlock approached me, a worn, leather-bound book in his hand. Silas believed the symbols could be used as wards, he said, his voice softer than usual. Against the Collector, against the Weaver, even against the well's subtle draw if one was strong enough. He opened the book to a page filled with hand-drawn diagrams. These are a series of protective sigils. Each one has a specific resonance, a purpose. Some repel, some conceal, some fortify the spirit. My eyes scanned the intricate designs. They were beautiful in their complexity, yet imbued with an unsettling, ancient power. Could I use these to protect my cabin? I asked, a flicker of hope stirring within me. Hemlock nodded. Aye, but you must draw them correctly, with intent, and not just with ink. They need to be infused with your own will, your own protective energy. The more you believe, the stronger they are. Silas used to use a mixture of ground hematite and ash for the ink, believing it gave them a stronger connection to the Earth's protective forces. He spent the next few hours teaching me the specific nuances of drawing these protective sigils, explaining the precise strokes, the meditative focus required. It felt less like art and more like a form of ritualistic magic. I sketched them into my own notebook, practicing repeatedly until my hands ached. The most potent ward, he explained, was a concentric circle with a specific interlocking pattern, designed to deflect emotional and psychic intrusions. This one, he said, tapping the drawing, This fortifies the mind, makes you less susceptible to the whispers, to the emotional lure of the well. I resolved to implement these wards immediately upon my return. It was a tangible step, a way to fight back, to regain some control over my terror. As the days turned into a week, I felt a subtle shift within myself. The constant, paralyzing fear began to recede, replaced by a grim resolve. The knowledge, though terrifying, was empowering. I was no longer a helpless victim. I was a student, an investigator, preparing for a battle I hadn't asked for. The chill in my bones was still there, a constant reminder, but now it felt less like an absence and more like a scar, a permanent mark of my encounter. I made the arduous drive back to my cabin, Sela's Blackwood's journals and my notebook filled with protective sigils clutched tightly beside me. Buster greeted me with ecstatic barks and frantic tail wags, jumping up, desperate for attention. His normalcy, his simple joy, was a powerful antidote to the dark knowledge I carried. The cabin still felt vulnerable, but now I had a plan. I gathered the necessary materials, ash from my fireplace, a small amount of hematite powder I'd picked up in town, telling the surprised store owner it was for an art project, and a small brush. Over the next few days, I meticulously drew the protective sigils on every door frame, every window sill, and across the threshold of my cabin. I worked with intense focus, infusing each stroke with my will, my desperate need for protection. The symbols, drawn in the dark, earthy pigment, seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, almost pulsing with a silent energy. I also drew them on the perimeter of my property, using larger strokes on trees and stones, creating a protective barrier around my small domain. Buster watched me, occasionally nudging my hand as if understanding the serious nature of my work. The process was exhausting, physically and mentally, but with each completed ward, I felt a small measure of my lost peace returning. The cabin, once a breached sanctuary, began to feel like a fortified haven again, not against physical threats, but against the insidious, otherworldly influences of the forest. One evening, after completing the last of the outer wards, I sat on my porch with Buster, watching the sunset. The forest, though still holding its dark secrets, seemed less menacing, more respectful. I could feel the subtle energy of the wards I had drawn, a faint hum of protection emanating from them. Then, at the edge of the tree line, I saw it again, the silent watcher. It stood there just as before, a gaunt, dark figure against the deepening twilight. But this time, it didn't feel like a threat, not exactly. It stood still, observing, its gaze sweeping over the newly warded perimeter of my cabin. I could almost feel its awareness of the sigils, a recognition of their power. Buster, usually so agitated by its presence, only let out a low, curious whine, his tail giving a tentative wag. He didn't growl, didn't bark aggressively. It was as if the wards had subtly altered the watcher's perceived threat, or perhaps its very intention. The watcher paused, its head tilting slightly, as if in contemplation. It seemed to assess the new boundaries, the invisible shield I had erected. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, it turned and melted back into the shadows of the forest, disappearing without a trace. This time, I didn't feel the paralyzing fear. A profound sense of awe, tinged with a lingering unease, settled over me. The wards worked. The watcher had acknowledged them. It was a victory, small but significant. But it also solidified the reality of my situation. This was not a nightmare I could wake from. This was real, and the watcher, while respecting the boundaries, was still watching. The blood moon was still coming. I had bought myself some time a small measure of safety, but the parchment was still burning a hole in my backpack, its words a constant reminder of the ultimate challenge ahead. To retrieve what's gone, one must give what's cherished. My research wasn't over. I still had 8 months to prepare for a confrontation with the heart of the lost. 8 months to figure out how to reclaim what was taken from me without sacrificing Buster, without losing myself entirely. The cabin was now a fortress, a research outpost, and I, its lonely commander, knew the true battle was yet to come. The protective wards around my home were a temporary reprieve, a vital shield in the quiet war brewing in the ancient forest. I returned to Silas's journals with renewed fervor, the sight of the Watcher respecting her wards had ignited a fire of purpose within her. The cabin had become her sanctuary, yes, but also her war room. Every waking hour was dedicated to deciphering Silas's frantic scrawl, cross-referencing symbols, and trying to reconstruct the old tongue that Silas had phonetically transcribed. The language of the Hidden Ones was intricate, a blend of abstract concepts and visceral imagery. It wasn't a spoken language in the traditional sense, Hemlock had explained, but a symbolic one, meant to be felt and understood on a deeper, almost instinctual level. Silas had tried to force it into English phonetics, resulting in a fractured, poetic form that required immense concentration to unravel. Words like ethel grief for the consuming sorrow of the heart of the lost, or sylvan ward for the forest's protective energies, started to populate her mental lexicon. Buster, ever her shadow, would lie under her feet as she worked, his soft snores a comforting counterpoint to the chilling narratives she was absorbing. Sometimes he'd lift his head, ears swiveling towards the windows, letting out a low, almost imperceptible growl. Sarah would pause, heart thrumming, and listen. The wards around the cabin hummed with a quiet energy, an invisible barrier that now seemed to hold the forest's deeper secrets at bay, at least for a while. The Watcher's visits became less frequent, or perhaps less noticeable. Its silent observation was still there, she felt, a constant, unseen presence at the edge of her awareness, but it no longer breached her warded perimeter. One afternoon, a few weeks into her intense study, she stumbled upon a particularly thick, leather-bound volume, separate from the main stack of journals. Its cover was blank, save for a single, intricately carved symbol, a stylized representation of the Echo Well, surrounded by a ring of interlocking triangles pointing outwards. It radiated a subtle, cold energy, even through the leather. She remembered Hemlock mentioning that Silas had attempted to manipulate the well's energies directly. Could this be related? With trembling fingers, she opened it. This wasn't a journal, it was a grimoire, a book of rituals. The pages were filled with even more complex symbols, arranged in elaborate patterns, accompanied by Silas's terse, often frantic notes. Many of the passages were entirely in the old tongue, making them almost impossible to decipher without a deep understanding of the language. But a few, especially those relating to introductory concepts, had more extensive English translations. One chapter, ominously titled "The Veil and the Echo," described how the well acted as a thin point in reality, a place where the barrier between the physical world and the heart of the lost was most permeable. It theorized that powerful emotions, especially those related to loss and grief, could act as a conduit, weakening the veil further. Another section detailed a series of attunement rituals. These weren't about fighting or containing, but about connecting with the well's energy, learning to perceive the unseen currents that flowed through the forest. Sailors believed that only by truly understanding the well could one hope to navigate its depths and retrieve what it had taken. He had experimented with sensory deprivation, specific herbal concoctions, and prolonged meditation in the vicinity of the well, all aimed at opening his mind to its influence without being overwhelmed. This was a terrifying prospect. Sarah's instinct screamed at her to keep her distance, to fortify herself against its power. But Silas's logic was compelling. How could she hope to reclaim what was lost if she couldn't even perceive the mechanism of its loss? She tried a simpler attunement exercise outlined in the grimoire, one that didn't involve leaving the cabin. It involved a specific breathing pattern, focusing on the symbols she had drawn and visualizing the flow of energy. She sat cross-legged on the floor, the grimoire open before her, Buster curled protectively at her side. As she followed the instructions, a strange sensation began to spread through her. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken, growing heavy yet vibrant. The familiar smells of wood smoke and pine receded, replaced by a faint metallic tang, almost like the scent of ozone after a lightning strike, but deeper, older. She closed her eyes, and a tapestry of subtle energies began to unfold in her mind's eye. It wasn't visual, not exactly, but a profound sense of interconnectedness. She felt the pulse of the earth beneath the cabin, the slow, rhythmic breath of the forest, and then a deeper, colder thrum emanating from the direction of the well. It was like feeling the intricate web of veins and arteries beneath the skin of the world. The sensation was overwhelming, almost too much to bear. She felt an echo of the well's hunger, a vast, consuming emptiness, but also a profound, ancient sorrow. It was a place of infinite loss, yet also of immense, raw power. She saw, or rather, felt the faint pathways of energy the ley lines Hemlock had spoken of, flowing through the forest, converging on that single, terrifying point. She broke the meditation abruptly, gasping for breath, her hands shaking. The cabin snapped back to normal, the metallic tang fading, the heavy air dissipating. Buster whimpered, nudging her hand, his eyes wide with concern. "It's okay, boy," she whispered, stroking his head, trying to reassure herself as much as him. "Just learning." The experience was both terrifying and exhilarating. She had touched the edge of it, felt its raw power without being consumed. It was a small victory, a confirmation that Silas's methods, though dangerous, held promise. She could learn to perceive its influence, to understand its currents. Over the next few weeks, she continued these attunement exercises, gradually increasing her tolerance, learning to navigate the subtle energies without being overwhelmed. She also focused on the old tongue more intensely. Silas had often written key concepts in both English and his phonetic version of the ancient language, giving her a Rosetta Stone of sorts. Slowly, painstakingly, she began to build a rudimentary vocabulary, a deeper understanding of the symbols' meaning. She learned that the symbols were not static. They were fluid, energetic, their meaning subtly shifting depending on their arrangement and the intent of the person using them. The interlocking circles, for example, could signify either binding or release, depending on the orientation of the inner triangles. The well symbol itself, while representing a void, could also, with the right accompanying sigils, become a conduit for retrieval. The heart of the lost was not a physical location, Silas theorized, but a resonant frequency, a dimension of concentrated emotion. It was where all the lost things existed as echoes, as fragments of memory and intent. To retrieve something, one needed to project their own emotional signature, their desire in perfect resonance with the lost item's echo, and then use the correct release sigils to draw it back through the well. The challenge was that the well, being a nexus of sorrow, would naturally try to amplify and consume any grief associated with the retrieval. making the process perilous. The greater sacrifice on the blood moon, Silas believed, was a necessary act of true emotional weight, a demonstration of commitment that would momentarily overpower the well's inherent hunger, allowing the release ritual to function effectively. But the precise nature of this sacrifice remained elusive, a puzzle Silas had never fully solved. One evening, deep into her studies, she came across a series of journal entries detailing Silas's final, desperate theories. He had begun to suspect that the true love mentioned in the prophecy wasn't just about giving something cherished, but about channeling it. He theorized that the well craved the energy of pure, selfless love, not necessarily the destruction of its object. He had explored the idea of creating a living conduit, a temporary anchor for that emotional energy to withstand the well's pull during the retrieval. But his notes on this were incomplete, fragmented, ending abruptly with a chilling premonition of his own failure. Sarah's mind immediately went to Buster. Was he meant to be that conduit? The thought sent a jolt of terror through her. But if Silas was right, if it was about channeling love, not sacrificing it, there might be a way, a desperate, terrifying way. She knew she needed to understand this living conduit concept further. It was too vague, too dangerous. She decided it was time to revisit Old Man Hemlock. He might have more of Silas's personal effects, or perhaps insights into his ancestors' later, more abstract theories. The drive to Hemlock's cabin was becoming a familiar, albeit still unsettling, journey. As she drove, the forest seemed to watch her, no longer with overt menace, but with a quiet, ancient scrutiny. The wards she had placed on her property hummed with a subtle power, a silent declaration of her boundaries. Hemlock greeted her with his usual stoic nod, his piercing blue eyes immediately assessing her. "You've been deep in Silas's mind, girl," he observed, his voice like dry leaves. "I can see it in your eyes, the knowledge it changes you." "It does," she admitted, stepping into his cluttered cabin. "I found the grimoire and the attunement rituals I've been practicing." He nodded slowly. "Good, you need to understand its pulse to move within its currents. What troubles you now?" "Silas's theories about the greater sacrifice," she explained, pulling out the grimoire and turning to the relevant, fragmented pages. "Specifically, his idea of a living conduit for true love. What do you make of this? Did he ever speak of it further?" Hemlock took the grimoire, his gnarled fingers tracing Silas's hurried script, his brows furrowed. "Ah, yes, Silas's most dangerous theory. He believed the well needed a battery for the energy of love, a vessel pure enough to hold the emotional charge without being consumed, to then release that energy into the well as the sacrifice." "A battery," Sarah repeated, a cold knot forming in her stomach. "I, a creature of pure, unconditional love, something that embodies the very essence of cherished." He thought if he could channel his love for his lost wife through such a conduit, and then direct that pure energy into the well, it would pacify its hunger long enough for the retrieval spell to work. And he never found one. Hemlock sighed, his gaze drifting towards a faded photograph on a dusty shelf, a stern-faced woman with kind eyes. Silas loved his wife more than life itself, but he recognized that his own grief, his own selfish desire might taint the offering. He looked for a creature unburdened by such complexity. A wild animal, perhaps, but they are not easily channeled. He considered a child, but quickly dismissed that as an abomination. His eyes met Sarah's. He never found a suitable conduit that he could morally or practically use. It was his ultimate stumbling block. Sarah's heart ached for Silas, but a fresh wave of dread washed over her. Buster was the epitome of unconditional love. He was loyal, innocent, and pure. He was her cherished. Was that what Silas had been searching for? So the conduit wouldn't be sacrificed physically, she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Just its energy would be channeled. That was Silas's hope, Hemlock clarified. That the intense emotional connection, the willingness to give, would be the true sacrifice, the peace of their living heart, not the literal destruction of the conduit. But there was always a risk. The well is ancient, hungry. It might not distinguish between the offering of energy and the offering of life. It's a gamble, Sarah, a terrible gamble. She felt a wave of nausea, and if the retrieval fails, then the well's hunger would be unappeased, and the conduit, it could be consumed, not physically, but spiritually. Its essence drawn into the heart of the lost. A fate worse than death, some would say, to become an eternal echo of sorrow. The thought of Buster becoming an echo of sorrow shattered her composure. She absolutely could not risk him. There must be another way, she insisted, her voice tight with desperation. What about a non-living object, something deeply cherished but not alive? Hemlock shook his head slowly. Silas considered that too, but he concluded that the well in its deepest form craves the living essence of emotion. An object, no matter how cherished, only holds the echo of emotion, not its raw, vibrant power. It needs a conduit of active, pure love. That's why it's called true love in the prophecy, not just cherished item. Despair began to creep in. It felt like a trap, a cruel, impossible choice. What about the old protector? Sarah suddenly asked. You said he guards the balance. Could he be an ally? Could he help? Hemlock's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise in their depths. The protector, he's a force of nature, primal. He acts on instinct, not reason. He keeps the collector and weaver in check, yes, but he doesn't interfere with the well itself unless its influence threatens to consume the physical world. He's not something you can simply ask for help. He responds to deeper currents of imbalance, but you're right to think outside the known parameters. Silas never considered him an ally, only a force to be observed. Perhaps he could be swayed by a greater purpose if the well truly oversteps its bounds. It was a slim thread of hope, but Sarah latched onto it. How do I communicate with him? How do I even find him? He finds you, Hemlock said with a shrug. Or rather, he finds the source of the greatest imbalance. If the collector grows too bold, if the well hungers too much, he stirs. He's been known to protect those who are truly lost or truly threatened by the collector, but his methods are violent and unpredictable. This was still too risky, too many unknowns, too much danger for Buster. She spent another day at Hemlock's cabin, poring over more of Silas's scattered notes, searching for any alternative, any loophole in the terrifying prophecy. She found nothing. Every path seemed to lead back to the impossible choice, the terrible gamble. As she drove back to her cabin, the late afternoon sun cast long, ominous shadows through the trees. The 8-month deadline for the blood moon felt like it was shrinking with every passing hour. She had learned so much, understood so much, but the core dilemma remained unsolved. Buster met her with his usual enthusiastic greeting, his tail a blurry propeller of joy. She knelt, burying her face in his fur, a wave of protectiveness washing over her. She would not sacrifice him. There had to be another way. Back at the cabin, she went through Silas's grimoire again, more slowly, more methodically, looking for any symbol, any phrase, any forgotten note that might offer a different interpretation of true love or cherished. She felt a desperate urgency building within her. And then she found it, tucked into a fold of a page, a small, loose piece of paper covered in Silas's smallest, most precise script. It was a diagram, not of a ritual, but of a specific location. It was a detailed map of a section of the forest, far deeper than the echo well, marked with familiar symbols. The interlocking circles, the triangles, but also a new one, a swirling vortex, contained within a diamond shape. And next to it, written in faint, almost illegible script, was a single word in the old tongue, phonetically translated, Ethelmar. Below it, in English, a hurried, almost panicked note, the source, before the well, purest form. Possible countersource, or deeper trap. Ethelmar, it resonated with the ethel grief she had learned, but with a slight variation. Mar seemed to imply something primal, fundamental, perhaps even uncorrupted. The source, before the well, what could that mean? She showed the map to Buster, who sniffed at it curiously. Ethelmar, she murmured, testing the word. It felt ancient, powerful. This was a new lead, a new path entirely. Silas had been looking for a way to manipulate the well's existing mechanisms. But what if there was something before the well, something that either predated its influence or from which its power originated? A countersource could imply a way to negate or control the well rather than appease it. The next morning, she packed her backpack. The grimoire, the old map from the library, Silas's new map, her camera, water, rations, and her ever-present knife. She hesitated at the shotgun but decided against it. This wasn't about fighting a physical threat. It was about seeking a deeper truth, a deeper power. And she didn't want to carry anything that could impede her attunement. "Stay here, Buster," she said, stroking his head, her voice firm. "Guard the cabin. I'll be back as soon as I can." He whined, looking at her with his knowing eyes, but settled down as she repeated the command, understanding the gravity of her mission. She followed Silas's small, detailed map. It led her not towards the creek, but deeper into the forest, along a path less traveled, almost completely overgrown. The air grew colder, quieter as she pushed further in. The trees grew taller, their branches interlacing overhead to form a dense canopy that barely allowed sunlight to penetrate. It was a primal, ancient part of the forest, a place that felt untouched by human presence. She moved slowly, carefully, her senses on high alert. The attunement exercises had sharpened her perception. She could feel the subtle currents of energy flowing through the earth, leading her deeper, almost pulling her towards the destination. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, but it was different this time, purer, more resonant, less tainted by sorrow. After hours of arduous trekking, following faint markers Silas had scratched into ancient trees, she arrived in a clearing even more secluded than the one around the Echo Well. This wasn't bathed in dappled sunlight. It was shrouded in a perpetual twilight even at midday. The trees here were grotesquely ancient, their bark twisted into shapes that resembled anguished faces, their roots like grasping claws. And in the center of the clearing, surrounded by a ring of even older, moss-covered boulders, stood not a well, but a massive, singular monolith of obsidian black stone. It was taller than any tree, perfectly smooth, yet radiating an energy so profound it made her teeth ache. And on its surface, etched deep into the black stone, was the swirling vortex within the diamond shape, the Ethelmar symbol. This was it, the source. The air around the monolith shimmered faintly, a visible distortion of reality. She felt a profound sense of awe, but also a strange, quiet calm. There was no overwhelming sorrow here, no desperate hunger, only immense raw power, ancient and neutral. It felt like standing at the very heart of the Earth's primal energy, untouched by human emotion or the corrupting influence of the well. As she approached the monolith, she saw that it wasn't entirely smooth. Near its base, a shallow, circular indentation had been carved, barely large enough to hold a human hand. And within that indentation, a faint, almost imperceptible pulsation. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and pressed her palm into the indentation. A jolt like pure electricity surged through her hand, through her arm, and directly into her core. It wasn't painful, but intensely vibrant, a wave of life force, raw and untamed. Images flooded her mind, ancient forests growing and dying, mountains rising and falling, the slow, relentless march of geological time. She saw the earth breathing, its core a living, molten heart. And then a deeper image, a flash of pure insight, the echo well not as a source but as an outflow. A place where the raw energy of Ethelmar, unchanneled and untamed, met the accumulated sorrow of sentient beings, creating the nexus of loss. The well was like a drain, siphoning off the emotional waste of the world, empowered by the primal energy of this source. The energy receded as suddenly as it had come. She pulled her hand away, breathing heavily, her mind reeling. She understood. The well wasn't inherently evil, it was a consequence, a reaction. It was a repository for emotional detritus, amplified by the raw, unfocused power of Ethelmar. Silas's grimoire, still in her backpack, now seemed clearer. The swirling vortex symbol. It was a symbol of pure, unadulterated energy, and the diamond shape around it, that must represent containment, channeling, focus. She looked at the monolith, then back at the grimoire, her mind racing. If the well was an uncontrolled outpouring, perhaps Ethelmar was the key to controlling that outpouring, to redirecting its energy or even purifying it. This wasn't about a sacrifice of true love to retrieve what was lost. It was about balance. It was about understanding the source of the power itself and learning to wield it. She spent the rest of the day in the clearing, meticulously sketching the Ethelmar symbol, trying to understand its geometry, its potential applications. She performed her attunement exercises again, now focusing on the monolith, trying to perceive its unique energy signature. It was immense, but also curiously impersonal. It didn't hunger, it simply was. As the sun began to dip, casting long shadows that made the twisted trees even more grotesque, she felt the familiar chill begin to descend. This time, it wasn't the sorrowful chill of the well, but a profound, ancient coldness that seemed to emanate from the very stone itself. And then she heard it, not the tap-tap of the collector, nor the chittering of the weaver. This was a deeper, slower sound, a scraping, shuffling sound coming from the gnarled roots of the ancient trees surrounding the clearing. Her heart leaped into her throat. She gripped her knife, her eyes darting nervously into the deepening shadows. A figure emerged from the gloom. It wasn't the Watcher. It was massive, hulking, covered in thick, dark fur that seemed to absorb the twilight. Its form was vaguely ursine, like a giant bear, but its proportions were subtly wrong, its limbs too long, its head too flat, with small, intelligent eyes that glowed with a faint, amber light. It moved slowly, deliberately, its massive paws sinking slightly into the mossy ground. The Old Protector. It was even larger, more imposing than she had imagined. Its presence filled the clearing, emanating an aura of ancient power and primal stillness. It stopped about 20 feet from her, its amber eyes fixed on her, its massive head tilted slightly, as if in curiosity. It let out a low rumble, a sound that vibrated through her very bones, a deep, guttural sound that was neither threatening nor welcoming. It was a sound of immense age, of patient observation. Sarah stood frozen, her hand still gripping the knife, but she felt no fear, only an immense sense of awe and a strange, primal recognition. This creature wasn't hostile. It was observing her just as the Watcher did, but with a different kind of intent. Less judgment, more curiosity, or perhaps even a deep, ancient understanding. She slowly lowered her knife, a gesture of peace. You are the protector," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. The creature rumbled again, a slow, deliberate sound. Its head moved, sweeping its gaze from her to the monolith, then back to her. It seemed to be assessing her presence here at the source. She realized what Hemlock had said. He awakens when the balance is truly threatened. Had her journey here, her communion with Ethelmar, stirred him? Was she inadvertently creating a new imbalance, or was she, perhaps, being tested? The protector took another slow step forward, then another, until it was only 10 feet away. It was colossal, its fur smelling of damp earth and ancient pine. It lowered its massive head, its amber eyes still fixed on hers, and let out a soft snort, a puff of warm air that carried the scent of deep forest. Then, with surprising gentleness, it nudged her backpack with its snout. Her backpack, where the grimoire and Silas's Ethelmar map were stored. It knew it understood. Sarah slowly reached into her backpack, pulled out Silas's grimoire, and opened it to the page with the Ethelmar symbol. She held it out towards the protector. The creature lowered its head further, its nose almost touching the page. It sniffed, then let out another soft rumble, a sound that seemed to hold both approval and a deep, ancient sadness. Its amber eyes remained fixed on the symbol, a silent acknowledgement of its significance. This was not an ally in the traditional sense, she realized. It was a guardian, a witness. It was showing her that she was on the right path, that Ethelmar held a key to the balance. The protector then slowly turned its massive body, indicating the path back into the forest. It was telling her to go, to leave, to take this new knowledge with her. Its work was to guard the source, her work was to understand and perhaps to wield it. She nodded slowly. "Thank you," she whispered, the words feeling inadequate for the profound encounter. The protector watched her for a long moment, its ancient eyes seemingly conveying a message beyond words. Then, with a final, deep rumble that seemed to settle the very air, it melted back into the shadows of the ancient trees, disappearing as silently and completely as it had appeared. Sarah stood there for a long time, the grimoire still in her hand, the energy of Ethelmar still thrumming faintly within her. The encounter had not been a confrontation, but a silent endorsement. The protector had acknowledged her quest, acknowledged her finding of the source. It was a confirmation that she was moving in the right direction, a direction Silas himself might have been too focused on retrieval to fully grasp. Retrieval wasn't the core issue, balance was. She looked at the Ethelmar symbol on the monolith, then at the grimoire. The diamond shape, the vortex, channeling, focus, containment. The well was a point of imbalance, an emotional drain. Ethelmar was the raw power, the engine. What if the greater sacrifice wasn't about giving something to the well, but about using a different power against its influence? Silas's desperate search for a living conduit for love to appease the well's hunger now seemed misguided. What if the solution lay not in appeasement, but in redirecting the raw, neutral power of Ethelmar to counter the well's sorrowful draw? She had found a new, terrifying path, a path not of sacrifice, but of mastery, a path that might allow her to reclaim what was lost without risking Buster, without losing herself. But it was a path fraught with immense danger, a journey into understanding forces far older and more powerful than she could fully comprehend. The 8-month deadline for the blood moon was still looming, a relentless ticking clock. She had gained a profound understanding, a glimpse into the true nature of the forest's ancient powers. But understanding was only the first step. The next, infinitely more perilous, would be to use that knowledge. She started the long, weary trek back to her cabin, the grimoire clutched tightly in her hand. The forest was growing darker, the air colder. The stars began to prick through the dense canopy, distant and indifferent. She was no longer just a researcher. She was a student of ancient powers, a potential wielder of forces beyond human comprehension. The true battle for balance and for her lost self was yet to come. Her cabin, warded and fortified, now felt like a temporary base of operations in a war she was only just beginning to understand. Her cabin, warded and fortified, now felt like a temporary base of operations in a war she was only just beginning to understand. The long trek back from Ethelmar was a blur of exhaustion and exhilarating insight. The forest, once a place of creeping dread, now felt like a vast, complex mechanism, its gears and levers slowly revealing themselves to her. The chilling encounter with the old protector, its silent approval, resonated deep within her, a primal affirmation that she was on the right path. Buster greeted her with a torrent of barks and joyous leaps, his exuberance a stark contrast to the ancient, profound energies she had just experienced. She knelt, burying her face in his soft fur, a wave of profound relief washing over her. He was safe, and now, armed with a new understanding, she had a chance to keep him that way. The next morning, fortified by a potent brew of coffee, and a night of restless yet focused sleep, Sarah spread Silas's grimoire and journals across her kitchen table. Her recent discoveries had reframed everything. The heart of the lost was not merely a malevolent entity, it was a consequence, an imbalance. The echo well was a drain, not a source. And Ethelmar, the monolith, was the raw, unadulterated power, the engine beneath it all. She flipped through Silas's grimoire, scrutinizing every diagram, every scribbled note for any mention of Ethelmar. The symbol, the swirling vortex within the diamond, became her focal point. Silas had drawn it, but his notes were sparse, as if he hadn't fully grasped its significance beyond it being the source. His obsession had been with retrieval through appeasement, not with understanding the fundamental mechanics of the well. Hours bled into days. Sarah immersed herself in the language of the Hidden Ones, now specifically seeking terms related to creation, channeling, and primal force, rather than loss and binding. The phonetic translations were still a challenge, but her growing vocabulary, combined with the new context, began to unlock deeper meanings. Ethelmar, she deciphered more fully, meant primal heart or first source. The diamonds surrounding the vortex symbol she began to understand as the containment of power or focused will. She practiced the attunement exercises diligently, not just for protection but for perception. Sitting cross-legged in her warded cabin, she extended her senses, visualizing the Ethelmar symbol, feeling for its immense neutral energy. She learned to distinguish it from the well's sorrowful pull, to separate the primal from the parasitic. It was like learning to differentiate between the roar of a waterfall and the gurgle of a stagnant pond. even if both involved water. Her connection deepened. She started to perceive the subtle energy lines, the ley lines Hemlock had mentioned, not just as a faint hum, but as vibrant, flowing currents beneath the earth. They converged, she realized, not just at the well, but at Ethelmar, then radiated outwards. The well was a point where a dense concentration of these lines met a psychic wound in reality. One afternoon, a breakthrough. Hidden in a series of extremely abstract diagrams in Silas's grimoire, she found a sequence of symbols under the Ethelmar vortex diamond. It wasn't a ritual for summoning or appeasing, but for directing and focusing raw energy. Silas had labeled it in his fractured old tongue, Mars Sylvan Weave. She interpreted it as Primal Heart Forest Channel. The diagram showed an individual surrounded by symbols, drawing energy from the earth through their own will and projecting it. It was like a circuit diagram for consciousness. Silas's accompanying notes were incredibly vague, almost poetic. To weave the light of the source, to mend the tears in the fabric, to find true sight where sorrow blinds. This was it. This was the alternative to sacrifice. Not to appease the well, but to use Ethelmar's energy to counter its influence, to perhaps even temporarily heal the tear in reality that the well represented. The greater sacrifice on the blood moon wasn't about giving something to the well, but about channeling a monumental act of will and focused energy against its nature. But how could a single human being channel such immense, primal power without being destroyed? Silas himself had never attempted this, likely recognizing the impossible scale of the task. He'd been too fixated on retrieving his wife through the well's existing rules. Sarah went back to Hemlock's words about the hidden ones. They revered the well, she remembered, not as evil, but as a powerful, neutral force that needed to be respected and contained. They built archways and inscribed symbols to balance it. Balance, that was the key. Not destruction, not appeasement, but balance. She needed to learn how the hidden ones truly managed this balance, beyond just building archways. She recalled Silas's notes mentioning wards and pathways. If the symbols were a language to speak to the well, perhaps there were symbols or even structures to speak to Ethelmar to facilitate the channeling. She also remembered the protective sigils Hemlock had taught her, the ones that fortified the spirit. These wouldn't be enough for channeling Ethelmar, but they were a start. She needed internal fortification as much as external. The cabin had become her laboratory, the forest her training ground. She refined her attunement exercises, attempting to weave the raw Ethelmar energy through her own body, feeling its pure, cold current, learning to endure its intensity. It was like holding a live wire, immense power threatening to overwhelm her, but she pushed through, driven by Buster's innocent eyes and her own fierce resolve. Each session left her drained, shivering, but also subtly changed. Her senses sharpened further. The world seemed more vibrant, more alive, the hidden energies of the forest no longer just a faint perception, but an almost tangible presence. She could feel the subtle shifts in the air, the flow of unseen currents, the presence of other entities, distant but distinct. The Watcher's presence, for instance, she now felt as a cold, dense eddy in the general flow of energies, a sentinel at its post. Her dreams, too, began to shift. Less nightmares of the collector's hungry whispers, more vivid, symbolic visions. She saw swirling vortexes of light, ancient trees pulsing with energy, and always a monolithic stone, silent and immense. And sometimes, in the periphery, the lumbering, watchful form of the old protector, an enduring shadow of ancient power. One morning, nearly 4 months into her intense study, she realized she hadn't visited Hemlock in a while. She had to consult him about the Mars-Sylvan weave and her new theory. "You've truly seen the deeper currents now," Hemlock said, his eyes piercing as she explained her findings. He listened intently as she described the Mars-Sylvan weave symbols, her interpretation of channeling Ethelmar, and her new understanding of balance. He took the grimoire, his gnarled fingers tracing the symbols she pointed to. "Mars-Sylvan weave," he murmured, his voice laced with a newfound respect. Silas understood the symbols, yes, but he always saw them through the lens of retrieval, of taking. He missed the true intent of these specific carvings. They are not for taking, but for giving back, for integrating, for balance. "So it is possible," Sarah asked, a tremor in her voice, "to use Ethelmar's power not to destroy the well, but to balance it, to reclaim what's lost without a sacrifice." Hemlock nodded slowly. That was the Hidden One's way. They didn't seek to destroy the well. They understood its necessity, its function as a release valve for the world's grief. But they knew it needed channeling, containment, so it didn't overwhelm. They built their archways not just as gateways, but as regulators, as conduits for the Mars-Sylvan weave. The archways, Sarah's mind raced. The ancient stone archway at the silent place near the Echo Well, it was covered in those same symbols. Hemlock confirmed. They are not mere decorations, they are part of a larger mechanism. The stones themselves, imbued with the Earth's energy, act as a focal point. The symbols amplify and direct the flow. The Hidden Ones use their own bodies, their own wills, in conjunction with the archways to channel the Mars-Sylvan weave, to keep the well in check, to purify the emotional overflow. This was monumental. The pieces were finally falling into place. The archway wasn't just a landmark, it was a tool, an ancient machine designed for exactly what she was trying to do. Silas, Hemlock continued, he was obsessed with deciphering the symbols for personal gain, to retrieve his wife. He saw the archway only as a path to the well, never as a means to regulate it. He was close, so very close, to understanding the true nature of balance, but his grief blinded him. "So if I can channel Ethelmar's energy through myself, and then through the archway, I can counteract the well's influence?" Sarah asked. "In theory," Hemlock said, a grave look on his face. "But it is a monumental task. The Hidden Ones were many. They worked in concert, their collective will guiding the energy. You would be one, against the accumulated sorrow of ages, amplified by Ethelmar's raw power. It would demand every ounce of your physical, mental, and spiritual strength. And if you fail, the well could still claim you. Not just a piece, but all of you. You could become one of its eternal echoes." The danger was immense, but so was the promise. The promise of reclaiming her joy, her peace, and most importantly, keeping Buster safe. "What else did the Hidden Ones do?" she pressed. "What did they use for protection during this channeling? What about the ritual itself?" Hemlock pondered for a moment, then rose and walked to a locked chest in a shadowed corner of his cabin. He retrieved a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface worn smooth with age. "Silas often spoke of the heart stone," he said, opening the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried moss, was a single, fist-sized stone. It was smooth, almost black, but with veins of deep emerald green running through it, pulsing faintly, as if with an internal light. It radiated a subtle, cool energy, similar to Ethelmar, but more refined, contained. "This," Hemlock explained, "is what Silas believed to be a focusing stone of the Hidden Ones. found deep within the earth near Ethelmar, imbued with its purified energy. They called it Ethel Essence. It was used to channel the Mar Sylvan Weave, to amplify and safely direct the primal energy through a single individual. He paused, his gaze intense. Silas never succeeded in using it. He could never truly align with its purpose. Perhaps you can. Sarah reached for the stone. As her fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through her palm, then a familiar jolt, but this time it was controlled, channeled. It felt like an extension of her own will, an anchor for the raw power she had been trying to embrace. It resonated with her, with the energy she had begun to attune within herself. "This is it," she whispered, a surge of certainty washing over her. "This is what I need." Hemlock nodded, a rare, faint smile touching his lips. "It feels right. You've prepared yourself, but a final component is still missing from Silas's notes." He believed the Hidden Ones used a specific chorus of attunement during their channeling, a vocalization, a chant in the old tongue to synchronize their wills and focus the energy. He never fully deciphered it. A chant, a forgotten language, a melody of power. That would be the final, crucial piece. Sarah spent the next few weeks at Hemlock's, poring over every last scrap of Silas's work, trying to piece together the chorus of attunement. She focused on the phonetic sounds, the rhythmic patterns, the repeated phrases that Silas had noted down. It was agonizingly slow work, like trying to reconstruct a complex symphony from a few scattered notes. She knew the blood moon was approaching, relentlessly, inevitably. She had less than 4 months now. Time was a luxury she didn't have. One evening, exhausted and frustrated, she slumped over Silas's final, desperate journal. It wasn't a grimoire, but a personal diary filled with his anguish, his failures. And amidst his despair, a single page caught her eye. It wasn't about symbols or rituals. It was about his wife. A love poem written in English, but with certain words underlined and followed by phonetic transcriptions in the old tongue. As she read the poem, she recognized the rhythm, the emotional resonance. It was a lament, a plea for reunion, but also a declaration of enduring love. And the underlined words, when she spoke them aloud, held a strange, resonant power. "Beloved heart where shadows sleep, my soul's true echo, pure and deep. Across the veil your spirit calls, my love in Ethelmar through forest walls. Return to me, my cherished light. Through sylvan weave conquer night. My sorrows plea a boundless sea. Let balance come and set us free." The underlined words were Ethelmar and sylvan weave. Silas had inadvertently transcribed fragments of the chant embedded in his grief-stricken poem. The rhythm, the specific phonetic sounds, it was a partial chorus of attunement. Not a song of loss, but of connection, of channeling, of balance. She practiced the poem, speaking the old tongue fragments, feeling the power resonate in her chest, in her connection to the Ethel Essence stone. It wasn't the full chant, she knew, but it was a beginning. It was enough to start weaving the Marsylvan weave. With the Ethel Essence stone clutched in her hand, Sarah began to train in earnest. She returned to the archway near the echo well almost daily, pushing herself to channel the Ethelmar energy through her body, through the stone, and into the ancient structure. The archway itself hummed with a dormant power waiting to be awakened. As she channeled, the symbols on its surface began to glow faintly, pulsing with the emerald light of the Ethel Essence. She felt the subtle shift, the raw power from Ethelmar flowing through her, then into the archway and into the well. The first few attempts were terrifying. The well's hunger, its vast sorrow, would lash out at her, trying to break her concentration to draw her in. She would feel flashes of unbearable grief, echoes of forgotten lives, memories of profound loss. But the ethyl essence stone acted as a shield, a focusing lens, allowing her to filter the raw power, to direct it, and to deflect the well's parasitic pull. She realized what the balance truly meant. It wasn't about erasing the well, but about allowing its accumulated sorrow to be processed, purified, and reintegrated into the natural cycle of the earth, rather than festering as a separate, malevolent entity. The Mar-Sylvanweave was a form of spiritual composting, transforming negative emotional energy into something neutral, something in harmony with the primal heart. As she practiced, the chorus of attunement started to take shape, growing within her. The poetic fragments Silas had transcribed became a mantra, a rhythm to guide the energy. She added other sounds, other fragments she had deciphered from Silas's deeper, more abstract notes, sounds that represented purification, strength, clarity. It was an intuitive process, guided by the stone, by the flow of energy, by the ancient wisdom she was slowly uncovering within herself. Buster, of course, was always with her, waiting patiently at the edge of the clearing, his presence a constant reminder of her purpose. He would watch her, occasionally letting out a soft whine or a low bark of encouragement, his tail wagging. His pure, unconditional love, once a terrifying potential sacrifice, was now her greatest source of strength, the emotional anchor that kept her grounded amidst the swirling energies. The collector made an appearance during one of her sessions. It shimmered at the edge of the clearing, its red eyes burning with increased hunger, its multi-limbed form almost vibrating with agitation. It saw what she was doing. It felt the counterforce she was generating. It lashed out with tendrils of sorrow, whispering promises of reunion with lost loved ones, attempting to exploit any weakness, any crack in her resolve. But Sarah was ready. With the ethylescent stone glowing in her hand, she channeled the Mar-Sylvanweave, projecting a wave of focused, purifying energy. The collector shrieked, a sound of pure agony and frustration recoiling from the pure energy. It tried to hold its ground, but the force she wielded was too great, too alien to its parasitic nature. With a final, furious hiss, it melted back into the shadows, defeated, at least for now. The weaver also tried its hand, creating shimmering illusions, tempting her with visions of her old life of peace and quiet, free from the forest's terror. But she saw through them, her mind fortified by the Mar-Sylvanweave. She projected a blast of clean energy, dissipating the illusions like smoke. The weaver, too, retreated, its chittering a sound of baffled rage. The watcher remained, a silent, gaunt presence observing from the tree line, but its gaze was different now, less judgmental, more watchful of the balance. It was no longer an adversary, but a witness. The training was grueling. Physically, she was leaner, stronger, her body a finely tuned conduit. Mentally, she was sharper, her focus unwavering. Spiritually, she felt profoundly connected to the earth, to the forest, to the ancient pulse of Ethel Mar. She wasn't just Sarah anymore, she was something more, something ancient awakened within a modern shell. The blood moon was barely a month away. The air in the forest crackled with an almost palpable energy. The well was hungrier than ever, its sorrowful pull growing stronger, more insistent. The collector and weaver, though repelled by her direct attacks, were bolder at the fringes, their presence a constant, unsettling hum just beyond her wards. Hemlock visited her cabin, his ancient face etched with concern, but also a flicker of pride. "You've grown, girl," he said, his gaze assessing. "You're ready as any single human can be." He brought with him a final piece of Silas's legacy, a small, leather-bound pouch filled with dried herbs and crushed crystals. "These," he explained, "are components for an anointing oil. Silas believed the hidden ones would anoint themselves before the grand ritual to further attune their bodies to the energies, to strengthen their spiritual shield. Use it wisely." Sarah felt a surge of gratitude for the old man, for his knowledge, for his quiet support. He was her last link to Sila's, her last connection to the human world that understood what she was facing. The night of the blood moon arrived, painting the sky in a terrifying hue of crimson and deep violet. The forest hummed with an almost unbearable tension. Every leaf, every branch, every stone seemed to vibrate with ancient power. The veil between worlds, as Silas had theorized, was stretched thin, transparent. Sarah dressed in simple, comfortable clothes, her backpack containing only essentials, a small canteen of water, a few energy bars, and the anointing oil Hemlock had given her. The ethelescent stone was clutched in her hand, pulsing with a steady, emerald light. She knelt and embraced Buster, burying her face in his fur one last time. "Guard the cabin, boy," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "And know that I love you more than anything." He whined, nudging her hand, his eyes filled with that familiar, unconditional love he understood. As she stepped out of the cabin, the full crimson orb of the blood moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie, reddish glow over the warded perimeter. The wards themselves seemed to thrum with a furious energy, holding back an invisible tide. The air outside was thick with presences. She felt the watcher at its post, its gaze fixed on her. She felt the collector and the weaver lurking just beyond the reach of her wards, their hunger amplified, their anticipation a vile hum. And deep beneath it all, the immense, neutral thrum of Ethelmar and the vast, sorrowful draw of the echo well. She began the long trek to the silent place towards the archway. The anointing oil applied to her pulse points and forehead created a tingling sensation, a subtle, energetic shield around her. With each step, she recited the chorus of attunement, not aloud yet, but in her mind, letting the ancient words and rhythms align her spirit, her body, her will. The forest seemed to part for her, the way dimly lit by the blood moon's ominous glow. She moved with purpose, a silent warrior on a spiritual battlefield. Finally, she reached the clearing of the silent place. The echo well pulsed with a dark, swirling energy, its liquid surface a black mirror reflecting the blood moon. The air around it was heavy, suffocating with accumulated sorrow, yet also charged with a raw, terrifying power. And there, standing before the ancient archway, was the silent watcher. Its gaunt form seemed even more imposing under the crimson moon, its empty eyes fixed on her. It was guarding the gateway, a final, cold sentinel. As Sarah approached, the watcher slowly raised a skeletal arm, its finger pointing directly at the archway. It was not a gesture of menace, but of instruction, of challenge. "This is your path, proceed." She nodded, took a deep breath, and walked towards the archway. As she passed the watcher, she felt a wave of icy coldness, a final assessment, but it passed, leaving her resolute. She stood before the archway, the ancient symbols etched into its stone glowing faintly with anticipation. She took her place in the center of the archway, the ethelescent stone clutched in her hand. The ground beneath her feet hummed with dormant power. She closed her eyes, focused, and began the Marsilvanweave ritual. First, the breathing, slow, deep, connecting to the earth beneath her, to the primal energy of Ethelmar, miles away but intimately connected. She felt the currents awaken, flowing through her, pure and cold, like mountain spring water. The ethelescent stone vibrated in her hand, amplifying and channeling the raw power. Then the chant. She began to sing, a low, guttural humming at first, then the ancient words of the chorus of attunement, fragments of Salaz's poem weaving with the newly deciphered phonetic sounds of the hidden ones. Her voice, thin at first, grew in strength, resonating with the very fabric of the forest, with the pulsing energy of the blood moon. "Beloved heart where shadows sleep," she sang, the English words interwoven with the ancient tongue. "My soul's true echo, pure and deep. Across the veil your spirit calls my love and Ethelmar through forest walls." As she sang, the symbols on the archway flared with emerald light, the same light that pulsed from the ethelessence stone. The raw energy of Ethelmar, channeled through her, through the stone, through the ancient archway, began to flow into the echo well. A violent reaction. The well recoiled, its black surface churning, boiling, spitting out tendrils of pure sorrow. Visions flashed through Sarah's mind, moments of her lost peace, fragments of her joy, swirling like ghosts in the churning darkness. The collector shrieked from the periphery, enraged, sensing the well's vulnerability, its disruption. The weaver conjured illusions of her darkest fears, trying to shatter her focus. But Sarah held fast, her will was iron, her connection to Ethelmar was pure. The ethelessence stone was a shield, a conduit, a weapon. She poured all her focus, all her spiritual strength, all her desperate hope into the Mars-Sylvan weave. The light from the archway intensified, pushing back the well's darkness, countering its sorrow with a wave of purifying, balancing energy. It wasn't destruction, it was a profound act of healing. The well shrieked, a sound of ancient pain, not malevolence, but the agony of an entity suddenly forced into balance after ages of unchecked hunger. Sarah felt her own lost peace, her joy, her sense of security, coalescing within the emerald light, drawn back to her, purified. They weren't just retrieved, they were restored, stronger, brighter for having faced the darkness. The ritual reached its crescendo. Her voice was a powerful roar, blending with the hum of the archway, the pulse of the stone, and the deep thrum of Ethelmar. The emerald light pulsed, radiating outwards, pushing back the shadows, bathing the entire clearing in its purifying glow. The well, no longer black, began to shimmer with a deep, clear indigo light. Its surface became still, reflecting the blood moon with an unsettling serenity. The suffocating sorrow receded, replaced by a profound, ancient calm. The imbalance was being corrected. Then, as the well pulsed with newfound stability, a final, overwhelming wave of energy surged through Sarah. It wasn't sorrow or hunger, but a deep, fundamental understanding, a feeling of completeness. The ritual was complete. Sarah slowly lowered her hands, the light from the archway and the ethelessent stone fading to a gentle glow. Her voice died out, leaving only the profound silence of the silent place. She was utterly drained, trembling, but a deep, profound sense of peace settled over her. The chill in her bones was gone. Her peace of mind, her joy, her sense of security, they were back, purified, stronger. She opened her eyes. The well was no longer black. It shimmered with that deep, clear indigo, radiating a calm, balanced energy. The collector and weaver were gone, their presence vanished from the forest. The watcher still stood at the edge of the clearing, but its gaze was different now, a silent nod of acknowledgement, a subtle inclination of its gaunt head. The balance had been restored. She had done it. She had faced the heart of the lost, understood its true nature, and brought it back into balance, not through sacrifice, but through will, knowledge, and courage. Sarah looked up at the blood moon, still hanging in the sky, its crimson light now seeming less ominous, more like a witness to a profound transformation. She had fulfilled the prophecy, but in a way Sela's Blackwood had never imagined. She had given what was cherished, her own unwavering belief, her desperate hope, her fierce love for Buster, not as a literal sacrifice, but as the pure emotional fuel to wield the Mar-Sylvan weave. She began the long, weary walk back to her cabin, the ethyl-essence stone still warm in her hand. The forest, still ancient and mysterious, now felt less like a threat and more like a vast, living entity she was now intrinsically a part of. She was changed profoundly and irrevocably, but not broken. She was whole again. But as she walked, a new thought began to surface, a new realization that settled deeply into her now clear mind. The well was balanced, the collector and weaver gone, but the energy of Ethelmar was still immense, still primal. And the knowledge she now possessed, the ability to channel such power, it was a responsibility, a burden. She had restored the balance, but she was now tied to it, a guardian in her own right. The ancient forest had claimed her, not in sorrow, but in purpose. And the world was still full of imbalances, of places where sorrow and raw power intertwined. The true work, she realized, was only just beginning. The long, weary walk back to her cabin after the ritual was less a journey through the familiar woods and more a passage through a newly unveiled world. The very air felt different, cleaner, vibrating with a subtle hum that she now instinctively understood as the rhythm of the forest's core. The oppressive weight of sorrow that had clung to the trees for so long was gone, replaced by a profound, ancient serenity. The shadows, once lurking with unseen menace, now simply lay like blankets beneath the boughs, holding no more fear than the embrace of night itself. She was utterly exhausted, every muscle aching, her mind a vast, echoing chamber after the monumental exertion. Yet beneath the fatigue, a reservoir of newfound energy pulsed. Her senses were acutely sharpened. She could hear the rustle of individual leaves, the scurry of tiny creatures beneath the undergrowth, the distant call of an owl, all distinct, unburdened by the previous psychic static. The faint scent of pine and damp earth was crisp, invigorating. She felt connected, attuned, a vital thread in the vast tapestry of the forest. As she pushed open the door to her cabin, the wards, once a tangible shield against a hungry darkness, now felt like a gentle embrace. Buster met her with a joyous explosion of barks and frantic tail wags, his entire body quivering with relief and affection. He leaped up, licking her face, his warmth a profound comfort after the elemental cold of Ethelmar and the spiritual chill of the well. She knelt, burying her face in his fur, a wave of raw emotion washing over her. "I did it, boy," she whispered, her voice hoarse, tears finally stinging her eyes. "We did it, you're safe." His unconditional love, once a source of terror, was now simply the pure, grounding force she needed. He pressed against her, his soft whines a silent confirmation of their shared victory. The next morning, the world outside her window shimmered with a new, vibrant clarity. The forest, bathed in the soft morning light, seemed to breathe. The blood moon had set, but its afterglow lingered in her spirit, a testament to the night's profound transformation. The ethyl-essence stone, still clutched in her hand, had grown cool, its emerald light now a gentle, internal glow, a quiet companion. She made a pilgrimage to Hemlock's cabin that afternoon, eager to share the news and seek his wisdom. The drive was different. The forest didn't just watch, it acknowledged her. She felt its currents, its ancient presence no longer menacing but deeply aware. Hemlock greeted her at his door, his piercing blue eyes immediately assessing her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "The silence is profound, isn't it?" he observed, his voice softer than usual. "The forest breathes freely again. You did it, Sarah. You brought balance back." She nodded, a deep sigh escaping her. It was immense, terrifying, but the well, it's calm now. Indigo, the collector and weaver are gone, and my peace, it's back. Hemlock, clearer than ever. He led her inside, pouring them both a steaming mug of herbal tea. The heart of the lost has found its rhythm again, he said, settling into his worn armchair. The sorrow is still there, for it must be. Grief is a part of life, a necessary current, but now it flows, it doesn't fester, it is processed, purified by the Marsilvan weave, reintegrated into the natural cycle. No longer a drain, but a part of the greater flow. Sarah cradled the ethelescent stone in her hand, its cool weight a constant reminder. I felt it, Hemlock, the raw power of Ethelmar, it's immense. And the knowledge, it's not just in my head anymore, it's in my bones, in my blood. Hemlock's gaze was serious. You have become a conduit, Sarah, a bridge between the primal heart of Ethelmar and the emotional currents of the world. You are a wielder of the Marsilvan weave, a guardian of the balance. A guardian, she repeated, the words settling heavy and real in her chest. But what does that mean? What is my true work? The forest around us is just one nexus, Hemlock explained, leaning forward. A particularly potent one, thanks to Silas's interference and the generations of accumulated grief. But sorrow exists everywhere. And with it, imbalances. The collector, the weaver, they are not unique entities, Sarah. They are manifestations, archetypes of imbalance. Where there is unchecked loss, where the emotional detritus of humanity gathers and festers, such entities will inevitably arise, drawn to the chaotic energy, empowered by it. So the well here is balanced now, she mused, but what about other places, other heart of the lost manifestations? Precisely, Hemlock affirmed. The hidden ones in their prime were not confined to this forest. They understood the interconnectedness of all things. They traveled, tending to these imbalances, weaving the Marsilvan weave where it was needed. They were not just guardians of a single forest, but of the global emotional ecosystem. You have stepped into that lineage, Sarah. You are no longer just an individual seeking to reclaim what was lost. You are a force for rebalancing what is unjustly lost. The scope of it was overwhelming. She had thought her quest was over. Now it seemed it had only truly begun. But I'm just one person. The hidden ones were a collective, a chorus of wills. You said it yourself, it's a monumental task for one. And you accomplished it, Hemlock countered, a glint of steel in his eyes. You attuned yourself to Ethelmar in a way Silas never could. You found the ethelescent stone. You reconstructed the chorus. You have a unique connection, Sarah. You are an amplified conduit. He paused, taking a slow sip of his tea. The question is not if you can, but if you will, if you accept this mantle. She looked at the ethelescent stone. It felt like an extension of her, humming with quiet power. She had fought so hard to reclaim her own peace. How could she not extend that to others, to the world? I will, she said, the words firm, resolute, but I need to understand more. How do I find these imbalances? How do I travel? How do I even know where to begin? The ethelescent stone, Hemlock replied, gesturing to the emerald stone in her hand, is more than a focusing tool. It is a divining rod. Now that you are attuned, it will vibrate, pulse, lead you towards sources of significant imbalance, much like a compass points north. And your own enhanced senses, your inner attunement to Ethelmar will also guide you. He then rose and walked to a dusty bookshelf, pulling down a heavy, leather-bound volume she hadn't seen before. It was old, its pages yellowed and fragile. This is not Silas's work, he explained, carefully opening it. This is a record compiled by my ancestors, Hemlock, who were themselves chroniclers and silent observers of the hidden ones. It details locations, ancient ley lines, and patterns of emotional disturbance the hidden ones sought to mend. It is a map, Sarah. a guide for your journey. The book was filled with maps, symbols, and intricate script she hadn't encountered before, a deeper, more complex language than even Sela's had learned. It showed converging ley lines marked with symbols of swirling darkness in locations far beyond her forest, spanning continents. It was a cartography of sorrow. The Hidden Ones had their sanctuaries, their places of rest between their journeys, Hemlock continued. They learned to create echo anchors, smaller, localized conduits of Ethelmar energy attuned to specific geographical ley lines. These served as their bases, their training grounds, and their spiritual compass points. You will need one. An echo anchor, she repeated, like a mini Ethelmar. Not quite, more like a resonant chamber. A place where you can safely attune, rest, and recalibrate your connection. Your cabin, with its wards and your personal attunement, already serves as a rudimentary one. But a true echo anchor, built with specific geomantic principles, would amplify your abilities, provide sanctuary, and allow for more precise long-distance attunement. How do I build one? Hemlock smiled faintly. It's less about building and more about finding and attuning. There are places in the world, natural points of power, where such anchors could be established. The Hidden Ones created a network. This book offers clues, but first you must understand the language of these places. He began to guide her through the ancient texts, explaining the principles of geomancy, the subtle energies of the earth, the way sorrow could congeal in specific locations, twisting ley lines and creating localized tears. It was a crash course in spiritual geography and emotional ecology. She learned about different types of imbalances, not just the draining well, but also places of overwhelming anger, stagnated despair, or even destructive euphoria, each capable of spawning its own manifestations, its own collector-like entities. Her training intensified. She spent her days poring over the old book, deciphering its maps and symbols, and her evenings practicing her attunement in the now calm, silent place. The ethelescent stone became an extension of her own nervous system, allowing her to perceive the world in a vastly expanded way. She could feel the pulse of distant cities, the undercurrents of emotion flowing through their streets. She began to differentiate between natural grief and the cancerous, imbalance-feeding sorrow. Buster, ever her faithful shadow, continued to be her grounding point. His presence, his unwavering joy, was a constant reminder of the purity she sought to protect and restore in the world. She knew she couldn't take him on these journeys. He would need to stay at the cabin, her personal echo anchor, a place of safety and love. One afternoon, while meditating by the now indigo echo well, her ethelescent stone began to hum, vibrating with an insistent urgency. It wasn't the calm pulse she was used to. It was a strong, persistent thrum, a silent alarm. Her enhanced senses stretched outwards, beyond the forest, beyond the familiar, towards a distant point. A city far away, a vast, sprawling metropolis, and within it a sickening knot of energy, a churning vortex of profound, suffocating despair. It felt different from the echo well she had balanced, more chaotic, less ancient, but no less potent. It felt like a fresh wound. She consulted Hemlock's ancestors' book. A map section lit up in her mind, a specific location in a densely populated urban area marked with a symbol that looked like a shattered glass with tendrils of darkness emanating from it. The Weeping Spire, the old text called it, a modern wound where ambition curdles into despair. "It's calling to you," Hemlock confirmed, looking at the vibrating stone in her hand. A fresh imbalance, a place of concentrated urban sorrow. A place where a collector might be nascent, or something even worse, something bred from concrete and crowds. This was it, her first true mission as a guardian of balance. She spent the next few days preparing. Hemlock instructed her on how to discreetly carry the ethelescent stone, how to mentally shield herself from the psychic clamor of a city, and how to blend in while remaining attuned to the subtle energies. He gave her a small, ornate compass, not for magnetic north, but for spiritual north. It would point her towards the epicenter of the imbalance. The key is focus, Sarah, he advised, his eyes grave. The urban environment is a cacophony. Maintain your inner silence. Let the Mar-Sylvan weave flow through you, not from you, unless you choose, and be wary. City imbalances can manifest differently. They might not be ancient, but they are often volatile, driven by the raw, unfocused emotions of millions. Saying goodbye to Buster was agonizing. He whined, sensing her impending departure, his eyes pleading. She spent a long time stroking his head, murmuring reassurances, promising to return. "Guard the cabin, my sweet boy," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "This is our sanctuary. I'll be back to it and to you." With her backpack, the ethelescent stone discreetly tucked into an inner pocket, and the compass in her hand, Sarah left the forest. The journey by bus and train to the city was a jarring transition. The constant noise, the press of anonymous bodies, the sheer volume of human emotion, it was overwhelming, a stark contrast to the quiet clarity of her forest sanctuary. She felt raw, exposed, the collective anxieties and frustrations of the city dwellers pressing in on her, threatening to fragment her focus. She had to work hard to maintain her inner shield, to let the chaotic energies wash over her without penetrating her core. The Mar-Sylvan weave, practiced diligently, became her personal anchor, a silent hum of balance within the urban storm. The compass in her hand pulsed faintly, steadily guiding her through the maze of streets. The ethelescent stone hummed, its vibrations growing stronger as she neared the epicenter. She found herself in a sprawling, dilapidated district, its buildings crumbling, graffiti scarred, its streets filled with a palpable sense of hopelessness. Homeless figures huddled in doorways, their faces etched with despair. The very air felt thick with it, a tangible weight pressing down. The compass pointed her towards a massive, abandoned skyscraper, its upper floors lost in a perpetual haze, its windows like vacant eyesores staring blankly at the sky. It was a monument to failure, a skeleton of forgotten ambition, and from its depths she felt the sickening vortex, the weeping spire. This was it, the manifestation of urban despair. She entered the building through a shattered plate glass door, the darkness inside immediate and suffocating. The air was cold, stale, heavy with the scent of decay and dust. The interior was a labyrinth of crumbling plaster, exposed wires, and shattered glass. Silence, deep and unnatural, swallowed the sounds of the bustling city outside. As she moved deeper into the building, her footsteps echoing unnervingly, the ethelescent stone vibrated with increasing intensity, a frantic pulse against her skin. The despair here was not just ambient, it was concentrated, alive. She began to hear whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, weaving through the desolate space. They were fragmented, sorrowful phrases: no hope, worthless, forgot, it's all for nothing. These were not the seductive whispers of the collector, nor the illusory chittering of the weaver. These were the raw, unfiltered echoes of human despair, magnified and amplified by the urban wound. They pressed in on her, seeking to overwhelm her, to drag her down into their collective hopelessness. She fought back, calling upon the Mar-Sylvan weave, pushing out an inner current of balance, of purification. The whispers wavered, recoiling slightly, but the sheer volume of despair was immense, ingrained in the very structure of the building. The compass led her up a crumbling stairwell, past floors of empty, decaying offices. Each floor brought a denser, heavier weight of sorrow. The temperature plummeted with each ascent. On the higher floors, where the light struggled to penetrate, she saw spectral forms, vague, shadowy outlines of figures hunched in corners or standing by shattered windows, their forms shifting, wailing silently. These were the true lost things of this place, not items, but fragments of human spirit, trapped echoes of despair feeding the imbalance. Finally, she reached the highest accessible floor, a vast open space that had once been a luxurious penthouse, now a desolate shell. In the very center of the floor, where a grand chandelier might once have hung, was a gaping maw, a swirling vortex of shimmering, dark energy. It was a localized well born not of ancient power, but of concentrated urban despair, and within its churning depths she saw countless faint, spectral shapes writhing. This was the Weeping Spire. And standing before it, a new manifestation, unlike anything she had encountered in the forest. It wasn't the Watcher, nor the Collector, nor the Weaver. This creature was a gaunt, skeletal figure, impossibly tall, its form cobbled together from twisted rebar and broken concrete. Its head was a shattered clock face, its hands perpetually spinning backwards, and its eyes glowed with a sickly, fluorescent yellow light. Its body pulsed with the city's despair, adorned with discarded corporate ID badges and forgotten personal effects. It radiated a chilling sense of stagnation, of dreams left to rot. This was the Despair Harvester, a modern manifestation born of broken promises and urban decay. It turned its fractured clock face head towards her, its yellow eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. A low, grinding sound emanated from its form like gears seizing, a sound of profound frustration. It extended a long, skeletal arm, its fingers ending in razor-sharp shards of glass, pointing directly at the ethalescent stone in her hand. It recognized the power she wielded. It recognized the threat. "You bring balance," a voice grated from its clock-face mouth, a chorus of whispering, despairing voices. "You bring flow, we want stagnation, we feast on the unresolved." The Despair Harvester lunged, surprisingly fast for its size, its glass claws reaching for her. It unleashed a wave of pure, crushing despair, far more focused and potent than the ambient whispers. Sarah felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to simply give up, to lie down and let the hopelessness consume her. The weight of every failed dream, every lost opportunity, every quiet sadness of the city pressed down on her. But she held firm. Buster's face flashed in her mind, his innocent love a beacon. Hemlock's words echoed, "Focus, Sarah. Let the Mar-Sylvan weave flow through you, not from you, unless you choose." She raised the ethalescent stone. It pulsed fiercely, pushing back against the despair. She began the chorus of attunement, not a full chant yet, but a silent, internal hum, feeling the primal power of Ethelmar surge through her. "Beloved heart where shadows sleep," she whispered, the words a shield against the Despair Harvester's crushing influence. "My soul's true echo, pure and deep." The Despair Harvester shrieked, a metallic screech like 1,000 broken clocks. It lunged again, but this time Sarah was ready. She channeled the Mar-Sylvan weave, focusing a beam of pure, purifying energy from the ethalescent stone directly at the Despair Harvester. The creature recoiled, its rebar and concrete form cracking, shimmering. The yellow light in its eyes flickered, dimming. It was vulnerable to this clean, balancing energy. It fed on stagnation, on unresolved grief. The Marsilvan weave brought flow, resolution. It wouldn't be as simple as activating an archway, she realized. Here, she was the archway, she was the conduit. She continued the chorus, her voice growing stronger, filling the desolate penthouse. Across the vale your spirit calls, my love, and Ethelmar through forest walls. The Marsilvan weave poured from her, a brilliant emerald light pushing back the oppressive darkness, flowing into the churning despair of the weeping spire. The vortex shrieked, mirroring the despair harvester. The spectral figures within it began to shimmer, to glow faintly with a purer light, no longer writhing in agony, but slowly, gently dissolving. The despair that had choked the building began to recede, replaced by a profound, if melancholic, sense of peace. The despair harvester howled a final, guttural cry of frustration. Its form began to crack, to crumble, the rebar twisting, the concrete dissolving into dust. The glowing yellow eyes winked out. With a final, sickening clang, its clock face head shattered, scattering shards of glass across the floor. It was gone, reintegrated. Sarah slumped against a broken wall, utterly drained, panting. The ethalescent stone's light faded to a soft glow. The weeping spire, once a churning vortex of darkness, now pulsed with a deep, clear indigo, its surface calm, reflecting the gray city sky. The silence that settled over the penthouse was not oppressive, but simply quiet. The whispers were gone, the spectral figures were gone, the wound was healing. She had done it again. She had faced an imbalance, a new manifestation of sorrow, and restored the flow. She slowly made her way back down the crumbling stairwell, the exhaustion heavy in her limbs, but a profound sense of accomplishment filling her. As she walked through the abandoned building, she noticed subtle changes. The air felt lighter. The oppressive cold had lifted. Even the light seemed to penetrate more clearly through the grimy windows. When she emerged back onto the bustling city street, the world seemed less overwhelming. The individual emotions of the passers-by were still there, but they no longer pressed in on her so acutely. She could differentiate, observe, and understand without being consumed. The Marsilvan weave had become an intrinsic part of her. Her journey back to the forest was a long, meditative one. She felt the vibrations of her ethalescent stone, a soft, constant hum, and knew it was still attuned, still sensitive to the world's imbalances. The ancient book in her backpack with its maps of sorrow now felt like a tool, a guide for her purpose. When she finally stepped back into the quiet embrace of her warded cabin, Buster's joyous greeting was the sweetest sound in the world. She knelt, burying her face in his fur, feeling the warmth of true, unconditional love. This was her anchor. This was her sanctuary. She looked out her window at the now peaceful forest, then up at the stars beginning to prick through the deepening twilight. She had learned, she had fought, she had rebalanced. But the world was vast and sorrow was endless. The weeping spire was just one wound. The book held countless others. Her true work, the never-ending task of a guardian of balance, had indeed only just begun. She knew there would be other manifestations, other collectors, other weavers, other despair harvesters. She knew there would be other places where the heart of humanity had gone astray, where sorrow had festered into something dangerous. But she was ready. She had the knowledge, the power, and the unwavering resolve, and she had her sanctuary and Buster. She was no longer just Sarah, the woman who had lost her peace. She was Sarah, the guardian, the wielder of the Mars Weave, a silent force for balance in a chaotic world. Her life was no longer about reclaiming what was lost, but about ensuring that others would not lose their own peace. The next call she knew would come, and she would answer. The quiet hum of the ethelescent stone, nestled now in a small, intricately carved wooden pendant around her neck, was a constant, comforting presence. It pulsed faintly, a living part of her, a connection to the raw, primal energy of Ethelmar. Back in her cabin, the familiar scent of pine and old wood wrapped around her like a warm blanket. Buster, ever her shadow, would often rest his head on her lap, his soft breaths a rhythmic counterpoint to the subtle energies she felt flowing through the earth. The memory of the weeping spire still resonated within her, a sharp lesson in the protean nature of imbalance. The despair harvester, born of concrete and broken ambition, had been a stark contrast to the ancient, sorrowful pull of the echo well. It had forced her to adapt, to wield the Marsilvan weave with a directness and intensity she hadn't needed at the archway. She had learned that the manifestations of imbalance could be as varied as human emotion itself, their forms shaped by the very landscapes they infected. Her peace, regained and fortified, now felt like a deep, unwavering river within her, flowing with the currents of the Marsilvan weave. It wasn't the fragile peace of ignorance, but the robust calm of understanding and purpose. She still felt grief, joy, anger, the full spectrum of human feeling, but they no longer threatened to overwhelm her. She understood their flow, their necessity, and the critical importance of keeping them from stagnating into something toxic. Days at the cabin settled into a new rhythm. Her mornings were spent in deep meditation, attuning herself to the global ley lines, learning to read the subtle energetic shifts that indicated distress. Hemlock, a frequent visitor now, continued to be her mentor, poring over the ancient book of sorrows with her, deciphering forgotten languages and obscure symbols. He taught her about different cultural manifestations of grief, the geomantic properties of various landscapes, and the historical precedents for different types of energetic wounds. The world is a living organism, Sarah, Hemlock had explained one afternoon, tracing a swirling symbol on a map. And its emotions are its lifeblood. Sometimes a part of that blood clots, stagnates. Your purpose is to be the pulse, to bring flow, to purify. She spent hours at the now indigo echo well, not to battle it, but to learn from it. It had become a silent teacher, its balanced presence a reference point for all other imbalances. She'd practiced the chorus of attunement, her voice weaving with the ancient stones, sending ripples of purifying energy out into the forest. The watcher, no longer a menacing figure, occasionally observed her from the tree line, its presence a testament to her continued adherence to the balance. It was a silent, unblinking sentinel, acknowledging her new role. Buster, meanwhile, thrived in the cabin's peaceful embrace. He would often lie at the edge of her meditation circle, his warm body a grounding presence. His innocent, unwavering affection was the anchor that kept her connected to the simple, tangible joys of life. She knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that no matter how far she traveled or how intense the challenges she faced, she would always return to him, to this sanctuary. One crisp autumn evening, as the first stars began to pierce the twilight sky, the ethelescence pendant around her neck began to thrum with a new intensity. It wasn't the frantic alarm of the weeping spire, but a persistent, almost mournful vibration. Her enhanced senses reached out, guided by the stone far across oceans to a distant land. A small, isolated island nation, vibrant with ancient culture and breathtaking natural beauty. But beneath that surface, she felt a vast, collective sadness not born of despair, but of a profound, unresolved ancestral grief. It felt like a deep cultural wound, generations old, now manifesting as a slow, insidious drain on the islander's spirit. The Book of Hemlock's ancestors shimmered in her mind, a specific page glowing with a symbol she now recognized. The Isle of Whispers, where ancestral tears nourish a perpetual mist. Hemlock, sensing the shift in her aura, appeared at her cabin door shortly after. His eyes, keen even in the dimming light, met hers. "It calls to you, doesn't it?" he asked, his voice low. "A different kind of wound, not a sudden trauma, but a slow, generational accumulation. It will require patience, Sarah, and perhaps a different approach." She nodded, a wave of both apprehension and resolve washing over her. "I feel it, a pervasive sadness, a wellspring of unexpressed mourning." She looked at Buster, sleeping peacefully by the fireplace, then back at Hemlock. "I need to go." Preparing for this journey was different. She wasn't just fighting to reclaim her own peace, she was embarking on a mission of broader healing. She packed sparingly but with purpose, the ethelessence pendant, the compass Hemlock had given her, a copy of the ancient book, and a few essentials. Her mind, however, was her most potent tool, honed and sharpened by months of intense training. Saying goodbye to Buster was always the hardest part. She knelt, stroking his soft fur, feeling the warmth of his trust. "Be good, my sweet boy," she whispered, her voice thick. "Guard our home, I'll be back as always." He whined softly, nudging her hand, his eyes understanding. He was her steadfast anchor, her beacon home. As she stepped out of the cabin, the forest embraced her, its ancient trees whispering farewells in the rustle of their leaves. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of impending winter. The sky above was a canvas of deep blues and purples, dotted with the first twinkling stars. The blood moon was long gone, but its legacy lived on in her in the emerald glow of the ethel essence. She began the long trek out of the forest, towards the distant hum that pulled her. Each step was deliberate, measured. She was no longer Sarah, the terrified woman lost in the woods, nor the desperate seeker clinging to a sliver of hope. She was Sarah, the guardian of balance, the wielder of the Mars-Sylvan weave. The world was vast, full of both wonder and sorrow. Imbalances would always arise, for that was the nature of life, of emotion, of the human experience. But now there was a force to meet them. A quiet, determined woman who understood the language of loss and the power of balance. She knew her journeys would be endless, her battles varied, her path often solitary. But she would not be alone. She carried the wisdom of Silas, the guidance of Hemlock, the primal strength of Ethelmar, and the unwavering love of Buster. And within her, her own hard-won peace, a constant, glowing ember against the world's shadows. Her true work had indeed begun, and with a renewed sense of purpose, she stepped out into the world, ready to answer its call, to mend its wounds, one flowing ripple of the Mars-Sylvan weave at a time.